Kia ora watu e hoa mai, good to have you here today. We're at Rongomai Park in Auckland South, this multi-purpose sports facility, normally home to soccer and softball, but today we've got the National Flag Finals, and it should be a really wonderful day of celebration of flag football, which is really on a growth spurt here in Aotearoa. We've got plenty of teams in from around the country and looking forward to 5 games across the course of the day. Joining us in commentary today is Brendan McGurk. Brendan is an ex-member of the New Zealand board, but he's also the New Zealand Markles manager. Brendan, great to have you with us today.
Hey, it's great to be here, mate.
Well, yesterday was a horror, wasn't it?
I think we had more ducks playing than people playing. The fields were absolutely wrecked, waterlogged, so we should be in it for a good day with a lot more high-flying action than the chip and passes of yesterday.
Yeah, well, the teams have come from right across the country, but there's a bit to play for too, because a national team is going to be chosen and an annual clash Anzacs eventually against the Australians, which is something really exciting for the players.
Yeah, so this is almost like a trial for those top players across New Zealand for one of those coveted spots in our high performance unit, and we'll be using that to select players for our international events against Australia and then onwards to Worlds and the Asia Pacific Games.
Well, while flag football's been played since 2000, it's been officially challenged for in a national sense since around 2015. But there's a lot of excitement, so much more anticipation now that the weather has turned good early today. Maybe it'll turn a bit sour on us later in the day, but we'll get a few games underway. What are you looking forward to most about the day today?
I'm probably looking forward to seeing teams make adjustments. So a lot of these guys know each other, they know each other, how they play, kind of how they react. So I'd like to see some wrinkles and just a bit of trickery I think we'll see today.
Well, it's good to have you along today. Come along for the ride. It's flag football. It's finals day here from Rongomai, and we're looking forward to some great action coming your way throughout the course of the day. Well, that brings us into the play now, Brendan, and of course we're into semi-final number 1. The winner going through to the final at 2:30. This is action between the Wolves out of Wellington and the Honey Badgers, who hail from down in Nelson. Great to have you with us here today. So the field has been protected yesterday. There was no games played on field number 1, and we're looking forward to getting underway. Both these teams will fancy themselves. Let's have a look at who is lining up for who, and we'll start off with the Wellington Wolves Gold.
Cool. So we currently have at quarterback Jackson Dahuki. We've got Tane Kori Dahuki, Declan Anderson, Isaiah Lalau, Toki Benny, Conrad Vakavili, Anthony Stevens, Callum Witten, and Ariel Metakingi.
And let's look at their opponents now. The Honey Badgers, interesting name, and a few talented players here as well, Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're starting on offense, but for their team list, we've got Malcolm Mitchell, Michael Fable, Drew Griffiths, Mitch Bateman, Bannock Hall, Tim Newman, Jake Hogg, Clay Morgan, Ben McManus, Zylan Waters, and Shane Tonetti. So
it will be the Honey Badgers who get the dibs first up. And we're underway here in semi-finals number 1 out of our 5 coming your way today.
Cool. Gentle toss forward and incomplete pass.
Well, not a great start.
Not a great start. Let's get those nerves out of the way. Drew Grizz will wish he had that back, but, you know, short memories win games.
No, well, a little bit of a pass-off didn't come good straight away. Tactically, it's going to be important how these teams approach their challenges today. Of course, yesterday, everything was pretty much a short game. As we get it back here.
Oh, he passes it. He catches to Drew Griffiths again. Gets the rip just on the 14-yard line.
Just settling themselves into it. As I say, all the teams, a couple of the games were called off late yesterday, but now they're into their work. They're on field number 1, and it's important. So just get down, and 11 to the back.
Great pass to catch by Mitch.
Yeah, good hands there.
Mitch is one of the HPU players who's an extremely quick, agile guy. You'll see him make a lot of those small, short passes underneath and get those yards after the catch.
Good to see as they go into a huddle, the Honey Badgers. The game's been growing right across the country, and therefore we have representation in from Otago and all the way forward. So the Nelson boys have got hold of it here. Looking, considering, here's the pass. It's been intercepted though, beautiful.
Picked off by Anthony Stevens.
Well, not what they were after, celebrations here for the Wolves. And a misdirected pass and a costly error also.
Yeah, Anthony Stevens is a great player. He plays great at corner in the secondary, but he's also an exceptional receiver and snapper.
So you know these guys pretty intimately as we get a chance to see the Wolves first up. Big man in first.
Yep, you got Jackson as quarterback. He outstanding quarterback at the last HPU camp we've had. Really has established himself in the flag scene in New Zealand. Great pass to Ariel out onto the sideline.
Simple down that right edge. So making some yardage. Pretty straightforward here. And a great opportunity for the Wolves to draw first blood as they huddle up. They've got their play sussed.
Well, so we're going trips right. Empty backfield.
Isaiah Lolu on the right, and they'll look for him. Lolu's in the corner. Beautiful finish.
And Ariel celebrates.
It's Ariel Metakingi.
So Ariel's a bit of a mercenary. He hails from central North Island, and he's played for Hawke's Bay. He's played for Tauranga, and he's also played for Wellington now. So, yeah, he's a gun for hire.
Gun for hire, all right. Getting themselves set here. The Wolves taking their flag football seriously. Tuki, eyes up, backs up,
winds up, back end zone.
And just unable to get pick up on the ball there. That time it was Lolu down the left edge. So that's incomplete. Plenty of games going on the outside fields as well, making up for lost time yesterday. In fact, some of the turf was cut up so much that they've made some temporary fields here on finals day.
Oh, and Nelson's back up on offense. Hopefully they can forget what happened that last down and work and at least get that first down. Eh?
Good to have Brendan here today, manager of the New Zealand squad, and his flag down.
Mitch again gets that short pass and doubles the distance with his legs.
Yeah, it's a pretty conservative approach, but it can be beneficial.
Yep. To quote one of the guys from another team, you can't go break making a profit. So short distance, short passes, you're still making positive yards.
Well, everything was short yesterday, wasn't it? Just had to be. Today's much better.
Right.
Steadying. Finds a hole, unfortunately not taken though.
Missed that rip and then was able to make the completion, but unfortunately couldn't do the pass.
That's Mitch Bateman, who has done some good work already so far in the game.
Yeah, there seems to be a real connection between him and his quarterback, Micah.
Thank you, Michael. Fable is the quarterback with the responsibility. Of course, he's sussing out his opponent's defensive lines and strategies as well. Here he is, Fable, steps back, looking to just bullet the pass through, and it's nicely picked up.
Right to Drew Griffiths.
Yeah, Drew Griffiths, Michael, co-captains here of the Honey Badgers.
Cool. So that's fourth down, so they've got to get 5 more yards to get a new set of downs. So they'll be looking for something quite conservative, probably just get it, pass it, get the flag pulled at the 50 and reset downs.
Well, that's what
that's what I would do.
That's what you do there. So here we go. Again, Fable has it. He backs up a moment and has a good look. Steps aside. He's away from one, but he's been sacked, has he?
Sack and a pass deflected.
So good work from the number 5. So, change of personnel. And an opportunity here as we move downfield with possession. Now for the Wolves. Jackson to Hookie. He too has a great pass on him. Nicely through. Towley deflagged on the 15. Couple of numbers out.
Yeah, we're just standing down and just grab the name of that player. Let's give him props.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
A second flag is very hard to do, especially when your quarterback is agile and can move around, and it becomes a lot of one-on-one matchups. Jackson fires it.
Looks to Tane, is it, who picked it up?
Yeah, that was Tane. Nice, and he because the defender wasn't set, he was able to almost run through him for a little bit. It wasn't a offensive or a defensive pass interference.
Wolves gold with the ball here. As Toki goes short.
Nice short pass out
Simple,
to the left.
Stepping.
What you're seeing there is a lot of players are holding the ball above the head. That gives the defender equal opportunity to actually grab the flags. If you have your hands over your flags or you've got your ball down there, that's technically flag guarding and it's a penalty against the offence.
Well, it's holding up all right at the moment too. Tuki's got some good runners down the right side, Metakingi and also Lowly, using them a lot. This time he will go long, and a beautiful finish too.
Number 8, the guy that got the sack before, we're trying to find get his name. It's just a nice simple pass up the end zone.
Well, perhaps some of these guys didn't realise they're on TV today.
No, they didn't send in the team list.
Well, we'll get that sorted, make sure that they do know next time around. It's feel a little bit whakamā, but shy when we don't reference the guys whose big efforts are making them yardage. So took a Betty.
Going for the 2-point.
King just a little bit overthrown there as he tried to pick up Metakingi down that right edge. And we'll credit number 5 receiver. He did well in the end zone there, getting the first points. His name's Conrad Vakavoli. It's obviously from Fiji. And we'll put his name in there. So, another chance for the Honey Badgers. I know they're in a tussle here this time. It's Bateman again. Nice short, straightforward effort there, picking up just 5 or 6 metres on the play. Second down, into the huddle they go. Checking what's appropriate to go for next. Fable. Steadies.
Nice short pass
again,
to Mitch.
It's Bateman once again. No problems.
Great rip by Declan there. So Declan's in a brilliant defensive back and probably one of the top ones in the country, and he's performed really well this season. It's showing. He's right there grabbing the flagpole, right when the ball's caught, so the player can't get those extra steps.
Good to see some replays here as we see Fable again now. He's under some pressure too from the flyer. This time it's again Bateman. He's the go-to man at the moment. Just inching their way forward, but happy to get the meterage however it comes. Going to the playbook again. Let's just get his spelling right over there. For Conrad, what do you know about him?
Not a lot.
Vakavavili, Connie they call him. And it's again, the Bateman almost took it clean, but just put it down at the last moment.
Isaiah nearly had that pick right across.
You're multi-talented here as well, Brendan. Right? Working the computers as well, the score sheet, etc. 6-0 scoreline here for the Wolves. Semi-final number 1. Some good defenders. In fact, it's out to 12, is it?
Yeah, so it's 12-0. There was 2 touchdowns and 2 failed point conversions.
So
passes deep to
long,
Declan.
beautiful, absolutely beautiful finish. The accuracy of the pass was just spot on, and quite rightly, Tahuki comes to celebrate. Excellent
We
throw.
didn't see that at all yesterday, and you can see how exciting this game is when you can actually throw the ball and air it out.
Well, Declan Anderson just read it beautifully. The timing of his run was spot on, but the accuracy of Tahuki's throw, well, that was just on the money. He's running hot at the moment. The Honey Badgers don't know where to turn. Back we come for the conversion. Here's another look around. And to the corner he goes, and they're just nailing it left, right, and centre at the moment, the Wolves. Jackson to hooky. He's got razor accuracy at the moment. Incredible. Declan Anderson was just beautifully trying to run down that right edge. 19-0. And they're really nailing it at the moment, the Wolves. Almost an
nearly a pick, and Declan's got that rip again.
So there we are. Number 27. That's Clay Morgan. Getting a chance now as they move towards the halfway. About 17. 7.5 to play here. Quarterback looking, needs a good one.
Short pass across the middle. Get that first down, reset it down. It's nice. This is the first time the Badgers have been able to get over halfway this game so far, so they'll be looking to capitalise on this.
Yeah, they'll be a little frustrated.
Yeah, it looks like, this is probably a little bit of football jargon for you, but it looks like Wolves are playing almost like a cover 2 kind of defence, which means the Badgers will probably be looking, making those short passes just through that middle. No, out left. Great flag pull at the 5, at the 10, sorry.
So we're just 10 out. The Badgers need to get on the board here. We've got a 19 scoreboard over the other side. It's got it at 14.
Yeah, we're just going to confirm that because the Hawks, Wellington have scored 3 touchdowns and converted 1. So I think my math's right.
Okay, we'll stick with you then, Brendan.
Yeah.
Good chance here now for the Honey Badgers. Can they capitalise on their field position? Back it comes to the quarterback.
Great to Mitch. Just short.
Bateman is really their go-to man, no doubt about that.
Cool. Captain Shane is running on the field. He's a stalwart of New Zealand flag football and is currently the defensive coordinator for the national team.
Shane Tanetti.
Yep, number 26, lined up on the right-hand side of the field.
Once again, looking for some action into the end goal, and Tanetti almost gets it. Almost gets there. Dive low to receive the football, but it goes to ground.
I was 1 point off. It's actually 20-0, not 19.
Okay, thanks very much. Might have to signal that across to those looking up from the scoreboard on the far side as well. They've got it at 18. We've got it at 20. We'll stick with our score for now, eh, Brendan? Here we go. Into the end goal.
Back ends and both feet in, caught. That is a touchdown for the Honey Badgers.
Well, they certainly needed that too after conceding 3 and a couple of absolute pearlers. Well, 5 to play here in the first half of this semi-final. Let's have another opportunity to just settle down. Good to have all of you with us here today. Plenty of finals action. Some talk of rain coming in a bit later on.
Yeah, you're looking at the clouds that weren't there are now slowly starting to roll in. So that should be some exciting football. In the back middle, a bit of a breakdown in communication there. Conversion is incomplete.
Yeah, that was Tanetti looking for the receipt. It didn't come, well, it did come his way, but he just couldn't quite get to it. And still the advantage here, 20-6 scoreline.
Correct.
Wolves in control of the action here as we count down towards the halftime break. Big ups to all of the administrative and refereeing staff who are part of the 2-day tournament here at the Nationals. This time picking up the ball was the number 12, took a Betty. Just a couple of metres gained here for the Wolves. But what the Honey Badgers have to be careful of too is Jackson. He's got some brilliant runners on his outside. Metakingi on one side. That's where he goes this time. Hot stepper as well, but there's flags taken there by Tim Newman on the far side. Ariel Metakingi's got wheels to burn. Hot step as well. And he is a wonderful foil at times as well, because down the left edge also with a lot of pace is Isaiah Lolu.
Yep, we've got Anthony on the left and we've got Ariel on the right. So they're going to do nice little short routes. Oh, Eric, break out. Oh, almost a pick from Shane on the defence from that centre. Nice little hitch, just couldn't bring it in.
And Betty signals to his quarterback saying, sorry, mate, I really should have taken that one as they get together for a conflab.
Cool. So it's now 4th and 5, so they've just got to get halfway, reset that set of downs.
Betty sitting across on the left. Tane Corey to Hookie. In fact, they've all come across to the left-hand side. There's a little pass off short, and that's on to Connie. Bit of contact there.
Bit of contact, but it is a turnover. That's brought that spark onto that Nelson team. They're going to want to capitalise off that. They're able to stop Wellington, and they can carry on.
Great to have you with us here. Live coverage, streamed to wherever you are, and Aotearoa across the world, and also on Sky Next. It's action from the 2022 National Flag Football Finals Day at Rongomai Park in Flatbush in South Auckland, and that's a good receipt on the far side of the field too. Needed to be taken. Drew Griffiths was on song and getting that there from his quarterback, Fable.
Here's that quick pass to Bateman up the left-hand side. Short game.
Yeah, he's
cool.
got a good eye, good hands for the most part too, Bateman. Not a big guy. He's certainly a go-to.
He's what we call a yak monster.
Nice.
Yards after catch.
So Mitchell looking for the snap here.
Motion in left. Nice pass.
Little foil and a dummy. Trying to once again line up Malcolm Mitchell, but it's incomplete.
And we're 4th down.
Well, good to see the growth of flag football. The best thing about it too, I guess, Brendan, is anyone can play it, and it's gaining popularity with kids. And we've got other forms of the game, of course, tag and ripper rugby, but this is a lot of fun. Small field, plenty of action, lots of scoring, and again,
and Connie gets the sack. That's 2 sacks from him today.
Yeah, he's very good at it. He puts a lot of pressure on the quarterback.
And turnover, the referee signals, turnover due to on downs from that.
We're counting down towards half-time as well. Some good work, especially on the long passes as well, and fantastic down the right edge.
Yeah.
For the Wolves.
Shane's an experienced defensive coordinator. He should be able to figure it out, but he just needs to be aware that, Jackson can construct from anywhere, as we saw. Do they want to play a deep, or do they just play man, or do they be a bit more creative and kind of cause disruption or confusion with an assignment or adjustment?
Here's an example. Tahuki bullets it through the middle, and again, Mete King shows a great amount of class and anticipation there. He's right there where he needed to be.
Cool, and looks like Wolves are playing an up-tempo offense, not letting the defense get set, not letting them get settled and kind of throw them off.
Quarterback, long. Once again, that one's intercepted. Had to be as well. This is
runs
a great
it back,
run.
runs it back. And that's a turnover almost exactly where they started.
It looks to me like it's
from Bennett Cool, number 12.
And it might be half-time. We're coming up pretty close to. I hope you're enjoying the action here. This is our first of a number of games coming your way.
That might be the 2-minute warning.
What's impressed you most about the Wolves' attitude here so far?
I like the ability that they've been able to get different receivers in different positions. It hasn't all, you've got Ariel, who's been constantly getting those big long balls, but they've been able to spread the ball out. It hasn't been a consistent number 1 deep threat.
Again, the throw, lining it up, he's going long this time, and again it's Bateman who gets hold of the ball, so that's skillfully done. And a bit of pace on this time around for the Honey Badgers who move forward.
They know that time, 2 minutes being, they know the clock's running, so they're just trying to get some points before the half because they know that, and it's a touchdown.
Good work for the Honey Badgers, a really timely...
Malcolm Mitchell, great.
A really timely effort as well. Just what was needed here. Another look for the conversion as we look to the scoreboard. So they're up against it early in that first half, perhaps even halfway through, but they've come back late.
Yep, and they're going for 2 to try put that deficit between them being a 1-score game if they get this.
So it's Drew Griffiths and 9, Tinetti to the right. Here are the options. Bateman through the middle. So some options for Fable. He holds up now, stepping away, almost sacked this time, goes to the end goal, and it was a terrific effort, but in the end, he's over the end zone, and that is called out, and that will be our half-time score, 20-12. It's the Wolves leading here. The Honey Badgers out of Nelson. Plenty to like about what we're seeing here in the first semi-final.
Yeah, it's going to be Honey Badgers are going to have to look at what they can do differently on offense, and I think the main thing they're going to have to do is potentially kind of get that ball out faster from the quarterback. He's I think is either spending too much time just bouncing around trying to see if his receiver's getting open rather than trying to lead them. You know, they've got the ability to pass. He can lead his receivers on, so he probably needs to start doing that and thinking about that. But we'll see what adjustments they make, and we'll get back into it.
So around the other fields as well, a bit of downtime for some of the players. It's been a pretty harrowing trip, but isn't it great to see the different regions putting teams into the comp and coming out to support the Nationals now going about 7 years?
Yeah, it's been great. We've there's been a massive explosion of football recently. We've just had a club start about a year ago in Tauranga, Tauranga Tridents, and they've made their first tournament, and they've been playing solidly as a team for 11 months. They've got real good team chemistry because of that, and it's shown. You know, they've they're fundamentally sound, but give them a year and they'll probably be a real challenge going forward. And their actual head coach is the offensive coordinator for the high performance unit as well, Chris Cautry from Canada. So he's really imparting that knowledge onto them, and it's shown massive dividends for that program.
So we're looking forward to Hookie's in fine touch, isn't he? The accuracy of his passes is something that's really the hallmark of this Wolves attack. And of course, linking up Metakingi's been exceptional there down the left edge. Lolu as well. These are the go-to 5. And what about Connie? He's had 2 sacks so far as well. So hats off. They're sticking pretty much with the same team on field at the moment. A few changes for them as we get underway with the second half. Hope you're enjoying the action. It's 2012. It's the Wolves leading the Honey Badgers. Back to Betty. Betty ready to go. He's just waiting for the snap. He's got his strategy lined up and pushes it straight forward. Lolu comes around, stepping on the inside, was cleaned out by Bateman, eventually about 15 or 16 from their own line. So it'll be second down at 15. In fact, 11, excuse me. And the Wolves in control at the moment.
Yeah, so that was a great pull by Shane there. You've got
quarterback again, plenty of experience. Metakingi and they're almost like dialed in. You'd think they've been playing backyard flag football all their lives. And really the Honey Badgers need to contain and find a strategy to look after these receivers. That's the 14 and the 4. They're just right on the money at the moment here for the Wolves.
Yeah, they're just being methodical. They're just being surgical. Precision price. I don't think I've seen a pass drop by these guys. But as I say that, there'll probably be one now.
Beautiful.
No, and Billy gets it all the way and dances into the end zone. He has been unstoppable this game.
Absolutely right on the money, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Conrad Vakavilen.
Yeah, or Connie, as we like to call him.
Connie Vaka we'll have to stick with for a moment, but you said dance. He was almost like Travolta as he wheeled his way into the end zone. But there were a couple of opportunities for him to be deflagged before he got there. But the accuracy, once again, of Toki's pass has to be acknowledged here. They're right on fire at the moment, the Wolves.
Yeah. They did really well at the... Wellington or the north or lower south of the north region have a tournament, and they did that about 3 weeks ago leading up to this, and they ended up taking that out. So this has been a really good training session for them to actually perform. They've been a bit of a dark horse, I think, this tournament. I don't think many people have really talked about Wellington potentially, lifting that trophy at the end. So It's quite exciting to watch.
Yeah, it really is.
They haven't won it before.
Some of the teams that were expected to be top of the table aren't as a result of yesterday's play. And we know that Tamaki Lightning, for instance, who came in with a big reputation, will be disappointed not to have been there. As we see now the opportunity for the Honey Badgers to come back, 26 points to 12.
And that was a false start on that conversion attempt. No, on first down.
False start on the first down.
Sorry, I was updating the scoreboard. I missed that.
Multifunctional. Brendan, if you just joined us, Brendan McGurk with us today, manager of the national squad, the Mako. And of course, a proud Cantabrian, as we see once again, trying to just get
pass
the
to
pass.
Malcolm up the sideline.
He does get there.
For a short game. That was from Malcolm Mitchell, number 41. Cool, second down.
Mitch Bateman's been their go-to man so far. Malcolm down the right channels. Options here for Fable. Takes his game seriously.
Short pass to Drew across the middle.
And deflagged really nicely too by Ben McManus. No, my apologies. Across to Declan.
Yeah.
Declan Anderson. In the 0 jerseys. Both of them. A little bit of change of personnel here for the Wolves. Number 6 is on here. It's Callum Witten. And almost gets the sack as well. The ball's taken nicely there by the Honey Badgers. Clay Morgan in the seat.
Oh, and that's fourth down and inches. So they just need to get in front of that white line, get that used to their downs. They'll be looking to do a nice simple pass forward.
And they won't be looking too hard here.
Defense are lining up, expecting that small pass forward.
And it's achieved on the far side there once again by the Honey Badgers. Clay Morgan down the right side. So,
moving down,
goal.
move the chains. So now it is first and goal.
Can they fight back here just a little? 26 points to 12, and it's an important little opportunity here for the Honey Badgers. Calling
Motion
players in, late
inside.
shift. Going long this time, or longish.
Incomplete, feet caught outside. Unlike the NFL, with flag, you only need 1 foot inside the line for it to complete as a catch, and you've got to maintain position of that ball the entire time. What happened there is just caught the ball, both feet were out, all was on the line, therefore incomplete.
Well, Lowell, who was acting as a pseudo-referee as well, pointing at the line, saying, hey, have a look here. So that one's incomplete.
Lining up in a bunch left, motion out. False start on the offense there. Bit of the nerves, they want to get into that end zone. Wanted to get the defense off guard. So that's a 5-yard penalty.
Well, you can just overstep your mark slightly. As you say, really keen to get moving down track. And this time picked up by the referee for the false start. So the snapper just a metre in goal, and here's a
Nice
shortish.
pass to Malcolm up the sideline. Answers up. Gets both pulled.
Yeah, he's been doing some good work, Malcolm, down the right side.
Yeah, he's been a really solid performer. He's been playing flag for a number of years now, and he's got kind of that veteran knowledge, so he just kind of getting himself in those positions to make it work.
26 points to 12. It's the Wolves out of Wellington. Now an opportunity. 11 out. Looking for a spare pair of hands through the middle, and Bateman was there, suggesting there was contact on his shoulder. The referees disagree. But he certainly had an opportunity, went through his hands.
Yeah, let's just watch that replay now, eh? And just see right through the middle. Oh, I didn't see. Bateman's not happy about that. He'll wish he could have caught that at least. Again, short memory. Hopefully he can make it up on this next play.
Down the right side, Drew down the left. Settled 5. Late shuffle. Having a good look. Having
Conrad
a good
nearly
look.
gets
And
the
it's sacked again. Connie does it again. Oh, he is a
Conrad,
master.
a one-man wrecking crew.
He's been just brilliant in really laying the pressure on there onto Fable. Quite brilliant. You're watching Finals Day, game number 1. And what about Connie? That's 3 sacks as well.
3 sacks, that's unheard of in a game.
He's got to keep an eye out for him. Fijian's very fast.
Just that short area quickness, he can get there. He's bound to grab those flags, which is the most important thing. Nice diving flag pull by Shane on the defence.
Yeah, and he's to ground once again. It's Lolo on the left side, but Tahuki was quite comfortable with a short play that time around. 2nd down and 10 for them. Yeah, Wellington.
Triple left.
Loaded up down the left edge.
Nice little cross play.
And almost sacked himself and again. It's Lolo who's hot stepping and picked off. .22 or so out from their line for this down. Yeah, they march their way upfield pretty well, don't they?
Yeah, it's just 2 methodical catches and throws, and just nice catch by the centre. And gets that extra yards.
Yeah, took a Betty, and he's probably the least likely to go to, and that's why he was left somewhat exposed by the defensive line.
Yeah, he's been through the game. What he's been doing is he's just been snapping the ball standing up with a delayed kind of movement, because if he's got standing still, he's got right of way. So if anyone runs into him, it's a penalty. And he's been doing that, and every once in a while, he might just jump out to the left or the right and catch that easy pass.
And it was a good strategy too, because Metakingi and Alolu have really been the ones, the go-to players here for Tahuki. So again, plenty of movement out there. They go long this time around, and just a little bit too long, as it turns out, for Isaiah. Couldn't handle the jandle.
Yeah, Ariel looked like he was going to be open, but then you had Shane just come out of the top and was going to prevent that, so he went to his 3rd option in that back left corner.
That's sussing out there.
Cool, so we're 2nd down.
2nd down. Tahuki. The 11 is Corey Tahuki. They go once again.
To that
High
same
and long
corner.
for Metakingi, but he couldn't reel it in as well. The strategy is sound. A couple of just missed opportunities, though.
Yeah, they just seem to be targeting that one corner, number 37, Tim Newman. Maybe they've just realised that, right, we're just going to attack that guy constantly and make it work. Because they know they're not getting anything on that right-hand side. You've got Mitch Bateman, you've got Shane on that right-hand side. And that's obviously Takingi's first read. Nice little trick play to the centre, does a nice little flag duck, gets just short of goal.
And again, a good strategy employed here by the experienced quarterback. Just gets to his big man. They make some ground.
Cool, so we're 4th down, just short of goal. It's about 7 yards out of goal.
Let's see
Lined
the
up,
strategy.
trip left.
All to the left, and then they break right. Having
nice
a shot
mesh.
to the middle.
Fumbled and picked up.
And then deflagged as well. So
Deflated as he came out, so a trip to the end zone, but no points for Wolves.
bit of a turnover there. Pleased to have you an overcast day here in Auckland. This is the National Flag Finals, and brought to you in association with the New Zealand Community Trust and also Four Winds Trust, the TAB. You've got the action coming your way too on Sky Next, and bringing you new looks at sports that are growing in popularity around our country. That is a disappointing conclusion there.
Yeah, that pass was made to Drew Cross that went right through his hands. He was thinking about running after the ball before he actually caught it.
Yeah, well, it was there for him, Drew, as you say.
Yep.
It was certainly there, and ready for a receipt, but he just couldn't get his hands around the ball and secure it tightly.
Connie putting the pressure on.
That's a good throw.
Nice catch by Bannock. Flag pull by the Wolves.
Bannock Hall, that is. He's working down the left edge, just inching their way forward here as they go to the playbook.
Well, third down, 9 yards to get a new set of downs. Receivers on both sidelines look like going for a deep pass.
Any pressure on the quarterbacks. And Bateman is there to
get that small gain, get a couple of extra yards.
Still a bit of work to do to retain possession. We are about 6 out. 7:20 to play. No timeouts as yet. Clock ticking down. Scoreline at the moment is 26-12 for the Wolves. And needing some points again. Showing some good skill up through the middle. That's the 12 Bannock Hall.
Wolves are playing a really nice flat defense. You see them lining up. They're lining up 5 in a line. Kind of not giving up what type of defense if they're playing 2 deep or 3 deep. Kind of letting the quarterback not be able to decipher what they're going to be doing pre-snap. And I think that's what's causing a little bit of trouble.
Settled line up. Looking through the middle once again.
Covered to catch by Malcolm.
I think the
out of
defense
bounds.
were expecting Hall to come across that time, Bannock Hall. But it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be there, Brendan.
No. Second down.
Offensive line here for the Wolves. Good communications with each other. The pressure at the back.
Ariel's the pass rusher now.
Good ball through the middle, and it's the 27 who has that ball.
Because that's Clay Morgan. Nice little touchdown for him. He's subbing off. No, he's staying on. He's being told, stay on, stay on, stay on.
They really need to score and score soon too, as the clock counts down to 5 minutes, 5.5 or thereabouts left on this first semi-final. The Wolves have played a good brand of flag football here, and in control as they push it back now to Fable. Been plenty of pressure on Fable here in his decision making, and that's a beautiful intercept. And the Wolves celebrate too. Why wouldn't they?
Declan has been absolutely balling, shutting players out. That's this. He's been shutting down their best receivers, and it shows why he's one of the best players in New Zealand.
Yeah, well, he anticipated the direction that was coming. He held it up for a long time, didn't he, Michael Fable? Just a late split-second decision to pump the ball down the left edge, and Anderson was just there, and he flew in and just plucked it out of the air. It was a skillful piece of work, much to the celebration of his teammates. It's a pretty straightforward effort there this time around with the Wellingtonians. And it's Tane Corey Tahuki, who is the receiver. But you've got to take your hat off here to Jackson Tahuki, and a ton of pressure on as well on Michael Fable in his decision making. The scoreboard is working against them, the time clock against them, also the Honey Badgers looking to blast out and put some pressure on Tahuki.
Yeah, I'm starting to think of how much, because he was slightly injured yesterday during the games, and I'm wondering how much that it might actually be impacting his throwing, or whether or not just the Wolves are just running a really good defense and they're just manning up man better.
Took a Betty. He has the ball now. He's got everyone down the right side. Betty, and it's just a short ball.
Nice short pass to Ariel.
Conservative effort, and Metakingi, no problem there. Some good sportsmanship, camaraderie in the ranks here, understandably. Everyone knows each other too in a sport that embraces this sort of whanaungatanga.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all, like, outside these games, we're all mates. The football community is very small, but it's very tight.
Again, options being created. They're going long this time and just out of reach there.
Just too short for Isaiah.
Looking good though.
Yeah.
Isaiah Metakingi, and the option taken by Jackson Tahuki has just been spot on here this Arvo.
Yeah, not scared to throw it deep on those long passes. When it's fourth down, he's only got to get 5. He's more than happy to just bomb it deep.
wants to put the nail in the coffin.
Well, they wanted to do it yesterday too, but the way they're curtailed their opportunities to do so. So now it's the Honey Badgers. The Nelson boys go long. Bateman's there. And looking for another intercept.
Was Declan. He wants two on the day. He's trying to get that mythical 3 that Connie's got with his sacks. He wants 3 intercepts.
3 sacks for Connie, I tell you what. Hey, 3 cheers for Connie to be the line. He's been for awesome, as the saying goes. Up through the middle there, Brendan. Great opportunities too, as we know. High performance camps, 30 players. Beautiful dive for Bateman.
Unfortunately, caught it out of bounds.
Yeah, he was too.
Not long to go until the 2-minute warning.
He's a busy guy. I'll give him that. Bateman was all over the place, Mitch. So another look from deep in their own half. Nicely picked off there to Drew going for Drew. So some standout plays here today, and certainly Connie Vaka has just been right on the money. Jackson Tahuki, of course, just continuing to impress with his knowledge and his style. He's never in a hurry. This time up through the middle and always ran the risk of an intercept.
And was that another sack for Conrad?
Well, that's incredible, isn't it? Just goes to show that straight out pace can be a really, really valuable tool.
Hey, it's fastest man over 7 yards.
So, there's a bit of consultation going in here with the referees. We'll wait for their ruling. And where we'll be headed to next. Brendan, you've been around for 150 years. Tell us more, mate.
Yeah, it's after this we've got the women's final, so that will be Raiders versus Wildcats. So that'll be really good. Women's flag football has massively exploded on the scene. We're New Zealand American Football Federation are really invested in the women's game, and it's taken up quite big in Auckland. We've got and it's starting to grow around the country. Canterbury, we've got a lot of schoolgirls playing football, and it's a great sport because, like you catch a football like you catch a netball. So a lot of these girls that come out, they know how to high point a ball, and they're brilliant receivers. So it's going to be an exciting time, and we've got a ref doing a roly-poly on the field.
That's not something you see every day.
Cool, so there was a bit of consultation just from the refs over what's happening, and we're back on.
26-12 scoreline again. It's Betty who just darts forward, picks up a few valuable yards for the second down here for the Wolves.
Yeah, so the Wolves will just be looking to control the game and run that clock down and finish the game with a win.
They'll be eagerly anticipating who they'll line up against in the final. This is our semi-final, of course, the first of 5 games that we'll be covering here for you today. And Metikingi, he's okay too, to just saunter forward. Risk-free approaches here.
Yeah, they don't want to do anything extra. They don't want to risk the part of being hurt. And that is time. So that is the Wolves winning 26-12 over the Nelson Honey Badgers.
Well, you've got to take your hat off to Connie too. 3, maybe, was it 3 or 4 sacks that he put in there, but the accuracy of the quarterback work here from Tahuki was just really spot on. And I've got to pay tribute as well to the guys working on the outside for him, Ariel Metakingi and also Isaiah Lolu.
Yeah.
They've been absolutely exceptional. And a good one here for the Wolves against the Honey Badgers in game number 1 of our coverage here from the National Football Flag Finals at Rongomai Park in Auckland's south. Standout players here for you as well, Brendan?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a big proponent of defence wins championships, so Connie obviously putting that pressure on those pass rushes, getting those sacks, but then his pressure was able to actually get Declan those interceptions. Yeah, so I'll say Connie, Declan, and Jackson were the standout players for me in this game. Not to say that Nelson didn't actually have some good players. Mitch Bateman, absolutely standout, was an absolute go-to. And yeah, even Shane Janetti on defence, he was able to implement his kind of bend, don't break defence by letting him get those easy yards underneath. So yeah.
It was a good game, and hope you enjoyed the action too. 26 points to 12, too good. The Wolves over the Honey Badgers out of Nelson, as we see what it is all about. And that's the sportsmanship that's on display here at the New Zealand Football Flag Finals, Rongomai Park in South Auckland. Stay with us. Our next game not too far away. Kia ora and welcome back here at Finals Day, and we are underway here already. It's the South Auckland Raiders playing in the black up against the Wildcats women, and the captain today for them is Sia Matai. They've been going just a minute or three, and we'll pick up the action for you here. No score so far here in the women's final, and a number of interesting players here for us today, Brendan.
Yeah, probably the number one to watch is number 41 on the Papatoe Wildcats. That is Shanice Henry, who is a NZAFF board member.
Well, there you go.
No, she's a lovely woman, really likes to lock down that centre of the field. Another person to watch, and she's not on the field, but when she comes on, I will point it out, but it is Dee Masters, who's the captain for the Raiders women.
Well, it's a growth sport right across the country here, flag football. And as you can see, the women also enjoying their flag football. As we get underway here and with the ball, the Raiders, little dummy to hand off, incomplete, as seeking out Alani Kumi. A couple of players with the same numbers. We'll try and identify them for you. Apologies to family members who'll be watching here today. And we'll be doing our best in the commentary position. Sadly, some of the shirts don't coincide quite with the names, but hoi anō, we'll do our best to keep you in tag with us here in commentary position. Dale Tene, and beside us, Brendan McGurk. Of course, Brendan from Canterbury is looking into the end zone, but incomplete again. So we'll restart here.
So that was an unfortunate incomplete pass from Dee Masters. So she is the quarterback for the Raiders. So she's been actually really good. She's been able to throw quite deep balls, which is we didn't see at all yesterday. But it'll be good to watch them actually play with a bit of a dry field.
A couple of 10s in the mix here for the Raiders. With the black cap is Phoenix Collins in number 10, and the other 10 is Alani Kumi, who'll be playing through the centre. Back again it comes, and that's the long and ambitious throw, but just eludes the catcher in the end zone. That's the 9, Tessa Laverne Poor. So a bit of an ambitious one there for the Raiders. And after yesterday's, well, debacle really because of the weather, we know that these two teams are working hard to get back into the groove, so to speak.
Yeah, I was just down on the field, and it's actually starting to have a light drizzle down there at the moment. So we should expect to see some drop passes, not as a result of the inability, but just because the ball will be wet.
Masters holding up, then she's forced to get the throw and almost an intercept, and that'll be a turnover. So just running through the squads here today. For the Wildcats women, Sia Matai is in 11, Ruth Apelu 95, Tessa Pierce is up in 9, 17 is out there as well, and 18.
That's just the fold of the jersey. It's not 17, it's 12.
Okay, oh, well there we go. The fold of the jersey. And the handoff there to Ruth Apelu. Doesn't come good. A lot of pressure on though. It's a quarterback at the back, Matai. Giving what they can here for the South Auckland Raiders. They're a prominent football club here, and they've been going quite a long time now, Brendan.
Yeah, they're one of the older clubs in New Zealand actually, and they've got a really, really solid, large community of players, and it's a very kind of family oriented. So once you're a Raider, you're always a Raider.
The Okafalo's deflagged on the far side of the field. They're 7 or so short of where they need to get to here, the Wildcats. I'm sure all of these Wahine, many of them have fellas who are playing flag as well. That's a decent sort of a run there from Tessa Peace. Keep down on the far side.
Yeah, a lot of these females, they've got, as you said, they've got husbands or partners or brothers and cousin members that play the club, and they'll usually stick within their club as well. And a lot of these women will be being watched by the women's national team head coach, who's busy just on the sidelines scouting girls for the potential trip to Australia next year against Australia.
Good take here from Tessa Peace down the right edge this time around, delivered accurately by Sia Mate. Still no score here in the women's final between the Wildcats and the Raiders. Action still going on in the backfield. So they're getting as much game time as they can here for flag football, growing in popularity around the world. The World's held in Birmingham. Back it comes to Matai, holds up momentarily, looking for the gap through the middle, and trying to line up Elizabeth Ann Talo, who couldn't quite get the ball in hand and secure it. But she wasn't far off, that's for sure.
No, she had to catch that in traffic, and that's always tough, trying to catch between two people fighting for the same spot.
One of the neat things about flag football, small fields, and so there's plenty of action once the teams get on, 5 aside. And of course, as Brendan's mentioned, doesn't need too much gear in order to play. That's nice receipt there taken in by Ruth Apulu down the right edge.
Ripped off the belt and not the flag.
So that would be debelted.
Debelted.
Yeah, indeed. As far as international play, the Mako had many opportunities as we just await this opportunity from close range. Back it comes to Mate now. She has a good look around, finds a shot through the middle, but just unable once again to get hold of it. Dalo.
And that's a turnover. That's a turnover on downs.
And here come the 10s again. What took your interest initially in the game, Brendan?
I have family in the States, and then kind of just grew, and then realised I wasn't good enough to play hockey anymore, so I'll play something I can roughly do, and it's kind of turned into an obsession.
Good stuff now. The Raiders have the ball. This time with it is their number 1. That's Elizabeth Yatere.
It's a nice small game. That's what they just need to do. But be aware that they do like to throw the ball, as we saw in that first possession. They're not afraid to throw it deep.
So here's the restart. And the 3 gets hold of the ball. She has her flag taken, but they've got to where they had to get to. 3 was Tiatomi, my apologies.
One thing you'll notice with the females game is how they're actually snapping the ball. So they're doing it much like you would just do a kind of a rugby pass, and that's legal, and it's good. It's a good way to do it. You'll see a lot of the guys though do the traditional snap between their legs.
Sure. Aitiare getting a good receipt there too. Dished up by the big number 8, D Masters, the skipper. All responsibility on it. They don't muck around, do they?
No,
between
great
downs.
catch.
Once again, Itiare down the left edge. But a good strategy for them as the 9 makes her way onto the field. This is Twin Henry into the mix. Into the huddle they go to, the Raiders. Great to have you along here today too for our flag finals. Brought to you in association with the NZCT, the Community Trust, 4 Winds Trust. Back to Masters, and again it's Itiare who is there. Solid. He's got good hands, and her and Masters have got a good combination going on at the moment.
Yeah, just the short pass, don't go break, making a profit. And it's ended up in the end zone for 6.
So looking for the conversion. You can take the option here for the conversion, 1 point from 5, 2 points if you take it out 12. And so looking here, obviously no run zone and just before the end zone. So it's Masters here with some options. Players making their way through, looking for the gap, and Itiare once again is there as the recipient. There's a great combo going on between the 8 and the 1.
Wonderful, 81, Randy Moss.
Bringing other sports and codes into your commentary efforts there, Mr. McGurk.
Sorry, what was that, mate?
I say bringing other sports and codes in there.
Yeah, we've you've obviously got a lot of league players, you've got rugby players, and that's the predominant sport. But you know, you've got netball players now, they're really good at high pointing the ball because you catch the football like a netball and it's an easy transition. You've got touch, which is great because much like touching a rugby player, you're just grabbing a belt.
So Matai combines there with Tessa Peace, who's a go-to player at the moment. Just picking up some yards, not too overly ambitious as they huddle up and think about their strategy for their next play. It's a game that can be played of all shapes, sizes, ages and abilities here, flag football, non-contact sport, which is also appealing to many. Again, it's Peace. He's been very good here this afternoon.
Raiders are playing a very conservative kind of a cover 2 defense where they have 2 people just kind of playing a deep zone with 3 people just playing underneath, trying to prevent those short passes, and it seems to be working.
Third down at 17 here. Nice
little mesh concept.
Beautiful. Nicely picked up over there. And the 95 runs it down the left edge. Rutha Pulu.
Great catch, nice, just left alone on that left-hand side, was able to get easy yards and just got a flagpole just outside the end zone. Brilliant to see the Wildcats be able to come back and score so quickly after that last touchdown by the Raiders.
Lost her belt again, I think, too, Ruth. Yeah, she's getting a replacement on the far side there. So here's a good chance. 7-0 scoreline here in the women's final. South Auckland Raiders women up against the Wildcats. And again, just acknowledging our referees. There were a number of them there, aren't there? It's quite a fraternity of football flag refs. There they are.
Yep, no, it's a wide variety of refs from all around the country. This is kind of their premier event where they get to kind of get together, hone their skills and do that. We've had 2 refs that have just gone on, come back from the World Games. So they were in demand over there. So we've got really good quality of refs in New Zealand.
I looked at some of the footage from the Women's World Games as well, and certainly Mexico were outstanding in the final against the United States, and the scoreline really blew out. I guess like everyone else, you anticipate that the US would be the favourites. Perhaps they even went into that final as favourites. We'll stick with the action here, and back it comes to Matai this time around, pushes it, but that one's incomplete. Yeah, and Mexico just played this style of flag football, I think, in some ways caught the Americans unawares, and they had that sort of Latino flamboyance, didn't they?
Yeah, like you've got the Americans, and I mean, it's their sport, so they're very good at it. And then you've got the Mexicans that like to do a bit of trickery and like flair and fun plays. And then you've got the Europeans that are really methodical, like a Swiss watch. The passes are always on time.
And really good to see Austria and some of the European nations who are getting involved in flag football. So it's certainly growing around the world and in parts of the world that you wouldn't anticipate.
Yeah, like Denmark. You know, they're one of the top-ranked teams, and who would have thought a Nordic country would be that good?
So an interesting play here is Rutha Pulu comes in and shuffles the ball off to Matai, and then gets the chance to line up where she's going with the pass.
Yep. Layla with a nice, pass deflection, push that ball out, prevented that touchdown happening. Great play on the defense by her. And
the women's national team getting some opportunities in the future, do you think, Brendan?
Yeah, so they're being joined with the men's program and sharing coaches and resources. And you've got Ethan, who's the head coach of that program, based out of Hamilton, and he is looking to select the team to have a constant yearly match with the Australian women's team.
And there's a Pulu and also Matai combining skillfully and getting themselves an opportunity, and see what we'll get from this next down. Finish Henry. Back to Matai here. Henry's there. She's an option on the right-hand side and unmarked. It's a beautiful pass and well taken too.
Beautiful catch.
Let's pick up on that number 9. It's Peace has been good down the right side here for the Wildcats women. We see a change of guard into the action. Natalia Peru is on now.
And we've just been informed it's starting to rain out there, so look for a bit of change in strategy now.
Yeah, well, they'll be going looking to go short. So now it's the Raiders who have the ball. Little pass off as well to a Tiare. Elizabeth, he's been working really well here with Masters, quarterback for this contest. Phoenix Collins delivers up. Will show. Going long, going ambitious. And it's intercepted there as well. Tessa Peace.
Yeah, who got that touchdown before? Or the conversion.
She's been very good so far in the match. Peace. So we get another look at that intercept. Yeah, she's certainly one to watch, isn't she, Tessa?
Yeah, she'll be, yeah, the women's coach will definitely have his eyes on her.
Who is?
Ethan, the women's coach for the Marco.
Shark. The Marco. Great to have you with us. You're watching Sky Next, and of course streamed as well. Thanks to Ash and the team who are bringing you the action here from finals day. It's completed effort there, and it's Elizabeth Antalo down the left channel who was the recipient of the ball through from Matai. Referees come into the middle. And of course, one of your responsibilities, Brendan, is to identify some of the good players out there as well.
Yeah, we just like recognise like a first team tournament team made up of all the clubs, and it's kind of like it's a bit of a bragging right.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, you know.
You might not, get the big trophy or, airfares and ACOM to Fiji, but hey, being named in the tournament team's always a buzz.
Hey, top QB of the tournament's always a nice little thing. Lasts forever. Got to get the trophy back.
The coach in there having some words here with the Wildcats. Captain today by Sia Matai. She's certainly the go-to. Tessa Peace has been really good. So's Ruth Pelu. And coming back at them too from the Raiders side, some good work from D Masters and Etiare and jersey number 1 too. She's been pretty hot with her form so far in the match. A couple of 9s in there. Just want to acknowledge Tia Tomi, Suzanne Falane, some of them not with us today, but I know they're in the squad, and worth noting Jane Tuigamala. We've got Cassandra Tere in jersey number 11, and also Nonga Vaikoso. Again, not here today, but just want to acknowledge the team members in the squad and acknowledging their efforts here. It must have been real hard day at the office for all concerned here at the flag finals days. Yesterday was such a tough outing where almost all the passes were handoffs or short. They just had to be.
Yeah, you just had to adjust. You've got teams that they have their entire playbook as a passing offense, and rain completely prevented that.
So here's Pulu once again, who's receiving the football. Looking from right to left. 8-7 scoreline at the moment. Second half action now. Back to Matai, decides to run himself. Away from 1, and then is deflagged by the 7, who grabs hold of that. That's Rosaline Rave. Just over the halfway too, which is exactly what the Wildcats needed. 41, Shanice Henry. Back for Matai.
And that's a sack.
That's a sacking for Matai too. Raiders up quickly on here. Twin Henry. We're assuming there's 2 9s.
Yep.
Listed here.
Yeah, we've got two number 9s, but they're separated by a black cap.
No, that's the 10s. I think. That's Tessa Laverne, Paul Murray. There's 1. And Twin Henry. Back for Matai. On the turnaround, so yeah. This game started slightly earlier than we had anticipated. So apologies getting underway a couple of minutes in but there was no score at that time anyway. 8-7 scoreline at the moment, though. And just that one extra point. Going back for the 2 on the conversion piece again. Just getting enough to continue possession.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying these sweeps that the girls are doing, where they're just like, it's just a handoff, and it's a nice little run round, turn that corner and try to use that speed and just get up the sideline of the field.
Well, any way forward is what the coaches will be wanting, as long as you're on the move, as long as you're pushing forward. So they've got themselves set here again. It's the Wildcats thinking of going long, and eventually doing just that. Pieces there. And that one has been
battered down
by the number 11 here, and that's Cassandra Tede. She got her eye on it too. There was a long pause between Matai's delivery, so plenty of time for the Raiders to get themselves set. Good work to get the ball out from the 5 for the restart. This is Collins to feed up here for Masters. Straight forward, little hole shot there and trying to take advantage on the run. Yeah, Tiare, who's been very good here today, Elizabeth.
Yeah, she's been amazing, just being able to get that. Oh, she's been making catches, and then she's not afraid to kind of make that contact, even though she shouldn't be.
Well, she's making the right edge her own, and she'll have another look around to Tiare. Pushed across still, some valuable yardage. It's the 10, Collins. But both the teams now have got caps on. Apologies for getting them a bit mixed up. That's Alani Kumi and Collins. Take your pick. It's Kumi or Collins, we'll say there with the football. Now, how come there are 2 10s in there? What do you make of that?
I just put it down to shortage of uniforms,
okay,
actually. Or someone lost the uniform and then found it.
Do you know what? They've both got purple socks too. They've got to be twins, don't they?
Got to be.
Okay, then. Well, that's okay. They've probably been wearing the same gear all their lives. There's the ball over the top. Is beautiful. No worries at all. And it's taken by one of the 9s. Let's call it twin Henry or Tessa Laverne Pomare. It was a beautiful ball. Right over the top. We'll be talking with the management before we get to our next game too, just to get a little bit more clarification, because for you at home it can be a little bit disconcerting, as it is for us here in the commentary box. What we will say is that they're out there having a go, and that's what we love to see. Here's Masters, has a little look. It's a bit of a rugby-styled pass this time. And did it get the money? We're just waiting for the referee's signals for us. Turnover, so we can assume not.
It was.
It was into the end zone.
And the conversion was not.
Okay. So you've got those scores all sussed there, Brendan?
Just doing some math in my head, mate.
Clear as mud, he says. Clear as mud. Brendan McGurk with us today, calling the action here. There's the charging run. Pretty good result here from Matai. Wildcats captain. Tell us a bit more about the Wildcats club.
I don't actually know much about them.
What, really?
Well, the Papatoetoe.
The Papatoetoe Wildcats.
They've mainly got men's contact side. They've got they've been predominantly contact, and I think with the change with COVID and contact kind of not being played for a year, they've kind of picked up that flag and kind of run with it.
Apulu gets the ball, and Peace almost routed in, but just hit her left hand and then to ground. So they're always searching for a way through. Interesting interchange here being employed by the Wildcats. Pulley there, at times the pass with the Matai, that's a Pulley just to the right hand side. And runners all stacked to the right, it's Peace again. And Peace eludes the first Tried to deflag her. Eventually, the next down coming 12 out.
And we're 3rd and goal.
For those unfamiliar with the game, it's after a while you'll get used to it. It's pretty straightforward. The goal to get into that end zone is Matai. And there's some pressure, and that was open too. And really, they'll be disappointed, Elizabeth Antalo. She had an open run there and just couldn't quite secure the football. Canada, another country that have embraced the code. And it'll be interesting to see how Australia go once this starts going around the land of sand. She's again back to the quarterback, has another look around. Thinking of options. Space and it's Peace, and that one went through the hands. You can see the disappointment in Peace's face. Tessa.
An absolute bullet of a pass too.
No, but it was there for her, wasn't it? And she knows it. Score 13-8.
To the Raiders. Yep.
The scoreboard on the far side.
Yep.
That's the accurate shot there, 13-8. So now we come back to the team in black. And the number 3 there, which is Tia Tomi. One's in there, Itiare, she's been really good. Masters with options, runners right across the board. Slipping through the middle of the number 3. Going long this time around. Turning, was there a bit of contact there as they...
I don't think so. But Sia did a great pass deflection there, just able to put her hand between the receivers and just prevent that catch from being made. Really good play, good solid defense.
It's so important, the qualities of the quarterback. They're so responsible for the eventual decision making. They've got a playbook to work too.
Yeah, they've got a playbook with set plays, but then there's also concepts. So you can say, hey look, it's so important. Nice jet sweep out past that first and the first down. Yes, they have concepts where we just want to throw it to a certain space to just get open. That's kind of like a backyard play, or you can have a really precision base. I need you to run this route at this exact point and do it like that.
Been good combos here with the Tiari. Again, the number 1. He finds a way around with plenty of pace. She's there on the right side this time. Back it comes for Masters. Sussing out the opponents, where they are, where they're positioning. Masters holds up just momentarily. Thinking, then delivering. And that one there really should have been taken as well. Some disappointment from both the thrower and the receiver.
Yeah, the quarterback's doing a really, really good job with those pump fakes and actually drawing that defense to jump on those balls, which is actually really difficult to do at any level. So, yeah. So D Masters is a brilliant quarterback. Was doing brilliant quarterbacking in this game.
Jane Tungamala is in the mix now. Little handoff, straightening up on the run. One of the 10s. One of the 10 sisters is what we'll call them here this Arvo. Don't get their names wrong, Brendan.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 is what we can say. Yeah, but Tungamala is making herself available too. A lot on this game, a lot of pride. Of course, both from South Auckland, these two teams, so they'll be wanting to get a win as Masters lines up through the middle.
And a brilliant snatch of that ball right out in front of her. The quarterback really led her into that play.
Kumi, I'll say this time, it could be Collins. Geez, they look alike, don't they, those two? But they're in good field position here about the challenge. Add to the scorebook.
Two defenders just in the end zone, just hoping to stop those long distance passes with the lobs over the top.
Apulu 95, hand up and at the back piece on the defence. So Masters once again fades, fakes, and then lines it up through the middle. That one's just gone a little bit too low, so we won't criticise the receiver too much. The pass could have been a little bit better. accuracy just lacking in the final moment.
Yeah, the offense was really good, being able to draw that defense over to that left-hand side, gave her a nice little easy window for that completion. But as you said, just a little bit too low. And hopefully they can probably replicate that on the next play.
So Shanice Henry is back into the mix here for the Wildcats. Have the ball on their 5 for their first down. Peace shuffling across to the left and now making herself available. Tessa, she's got the ball here. She won't get too far before she's pricked off and be flagged. But I like the way she creates opportunities for Masters. And she moves late, shuffles across. She had a few problems though, I must admit, with her belt for her flag today. Apulu's been also really good for them. Taylor Peiru's in 4 down the right side. Will she be utilised this time around? Peace down the left. It's to Apulu. Now Masters. Masters has a little bit of a look. Goes herself, Masters. And she'll be content with that too.
Oh, absolutely. That's just short of first down.
So, inch by inch.
Cool, so 3rd and inches.
Don't fancy the chances of getting in goal here. So the restart, snap, coming up here. Delivered up, Masters steadies. Henry pops it to her. This is Peace, through 1. Just picks up through 3 or 4 yards.
Yeah, but enough to get that first down.
And that's exactly what they needed here, the Wildcats.
Yeah, you'll see the Wildcats are implementing the strategy that a lot of the teams did yesterday, where it's being direct snapped just to the person beside them and then back to the quarterback standing behind. It just gives the option that the quarterback can now run and with the ball.
It's good to see some dry action here today, because yesterday the ball was like a cake of soap. Ends up in the hands of Shanice Henry. Again, comfortable to get just a little bit of yardage on the plus. 13-8 scoreline here. Back to Masters here again. Another little pass off to Apulu. Yeah, Masters is showing great composure at times too. Okay to just wait a few extra milliseconds before delivering. And now they get themselves in a good field position here. They have a tilt at the end zone. Henry. Masters, runners everywhere. Payroll on the right, down the left side is Peace. Ball needs to come soon. And then it goes up the top. And that one is intercepted again too by the
touchdown.
It was a touchdown,
It was
it?
a touchdown.
My apologies.
By Natalia Onelia.
Well, there we go. The number 4 might have another squizzy at that. What made me think that it had been intercepted.
And they're going for 2.
That was quite the wait there for a moment there from Masters. Yeah, well, Natalia, take my head off. She's there on the right-hand side again. Will she be utilised? Peiru, right through the middle there. And that time couldn't be finished. But still, the touchdown goes on the board.
Yep, so they're up by 1 point.
Wildcats will be fancying their chances here now after fighting back. They were down on that scoreboard. Well, never a dull moment here in flag football, that's for sure.
Bit of traffic in the end zone on that.
Yeah,
non-contact sport.
Honestly, like, the Southern Motorway right at peak time. So here's the restart now. And the Raiders with it. Just a conservative run this time around. Yeah, looking at the scoreboard and also at the clock, because there's not a lot of time left.
No, Raiders really need to go down and score, otherwise Wildcats can run out that clock. And there's contact on the quarterback.
Now the two 10s getting themselves involved here. Wildcats up by 1 at the moment. Finals day here, still 3 games to come.
Cool.
Coming across the net.
Yep, so the illegal contact was hitting the quarterback, so that's a 10-yard penalty, which results in a first down.
Could be a really costly penalty, as it turns out. So, delivering up here. Masters with options down the right side. Itiade's been really good. Will she utilise it this time around? Having a look down the left here. Holding, delivering, going long. Itiade is there. It's a beautiful touchdown. Skillfully delivered. Holding up momentarily, just weighing up her options, and then utilising Itiade, who sprinted downfield and was able to pick up the ball. So fantastic play in the end.
Yeah, if you look at the replay, the quarterback was actually looking the defense off to the left-hand side and was able to just dart the ball deep right, easy touchdown. Absolutely incredible play there.
It was just what was ordered here, and Itiade's been a real standout here today. A big effort here for the Raiders.
And they're going for 1. Oh, 2.
Little dummy, fake, feint. And there it is, secured as well. So that's skillful play. Twin Henry, great play here from the Raiders. So it's been a fluctuating scoreline here as we get another look. They'll be really enjoying their flag football here in the final of these Wahine. I hope you're enjoying the action too at home. Getting a glimpse of what's going on with flag football here in New Zealand. The Nationals, again, acknowledging all of our travellers have come a long way. Canterbury, Wellington, Hutt Valley, Hawke's Bay, Hamilton and Tauranga, plus a number of teams here out of the big smoke. We've got the restart now. Wildcats have it. Matai gets it on off and finds Shanice again. Henry picks up a couple of yards. Good little period of play here for the Raiders. See them after a 21-14 lead. The time the enemy here for the women in red. Matai goes long, and another beautiful intercept as well.
There was a one-handed grab.
It was great. Cassandra Teddy has been really good. Got a little bit of extra height, admittedly, but she's got a lot of commitment when she sees the opportunity to intercept.
Yeah, let's see that replay again, because I'm pretty sure that was a one-handed interception.
She's done a couple of really good things in the year, Cassandra.
Yeah.
And congratulations coming from her teammates, quite justifiably so. Also, Masters again. Got another runner. Yes, it's a 10. Matai's in there, flag down. They look like they've got a bit of confidence up now. Yeah. Women in black, South Auckland Raiders. Nicely led here today by D Masters. Some great work there from Cassandra Teddy. Team number 10s have been exceptional also as we get one. Here's Jelly again. Jelly's been outstanding. Really has commanded the right channel throughout the course of the game. At times too, big good sweeps across to the left. She's working just to the left here for Masters now. Looking again, and it's Peace who intercepts. And now a chance to run the length of the field. Tessa Peace scorching downfield into the end zone with an intercept, and then a wonderful solo effort. She's been really good here today too, Tessa.
She's been brilliant, and there's no flags on the play, so that's even better. How good. Acting like she's been there before.
And a real close one here. And that means this conversion is absolutely vital. That'll take it to 21-20. And all on the line here. Time in the hands of the referees. An exciting conclusion. If they're level, We go to extra time. They're opting to go for the one-pointer.
Oh, 2.
They're looking for the win.
They're going for the win.
So it's all or nothing here. Perhaps. As Matai steadies, Apulu is there. The runners are through. They're into the end zone. Will she go for She'll go herself! We wait for the referee's call here. Matai decided to go herself. Did she get there in time? That's the question.
It depends if the defender had possession of the... No, the... Conversion successful.
So the conversion is successful, kicking out to 22-21. And we're waiting to see whether that is, in fact, the conclusion of the game. The referee's consulting here, time-wise. Your thoughts, Brendan?
How good's this finish?
Well, look at the thinking there from Sia Matai, who decided that she was just going to take the ball in. Now, our clock's not synced up with the referee's clock at the moment. And so we're just awaiting what that decision will be. And we'll soon know who leaps for joy at the back end here. It's a restart here for the Raiders. Scoreline 22-21. Can the Raiders go the length of the field and snatch this one from the jaws of defeat? That's the question. Katiani down the right-hand side. Holding, going long. And there's Matai there. Gets the intercept. What a late couple of fine plays too there from Sia Matai, the captain here of the Wildcats women, as we get another look. Masters just waiting, and that is the end of the game. What a great game of footy that was here. Flag football at its best, right down to the wire. And congratulations to both teams. That's the Wildcats women. We take this one from the South Auckland Raiders, 22-21, with a last gasp finish. Some fantastic work there from Tessa Peace. Apulu was neat. Peru was good. And I tell you what, they'll be so wrapped about it as well, but none more so than Sia Matai, who was under some pressure and at the last minute decided, I'll take the end zone on myself, and got there just in the nick of time. A great game of flag football, and as you can see, the sportsmanship on show is what this game's all about. But a real sigh of relief here for the women in the red strip today. They were behind significantly midway through that second half, and now we see them top of the table, top of the world, top of the New Zealand Football Flag Championships. And we'll see if we can get a couple of words in with Sia Matai, who is the victorious captain today. And the number 41's coming in to have a yarn with us in front of the camera, and that's really good to see. That's Shanice Henry, and she'll be so wrapped. And Shanice is down there with Brendan. He's going to have a few words. What an exciting finish that has been. We're almost ready to go, and we'll swing across now to Brendan. He's got Shanice Henry with him, one of the players in the victorious Wildcats women's squad. Down to you now, Brendan.
Cool. Shanice, congratulations on the win. Massive finish at the end of the game with that, going for that on that 2 and just running it in. What changed in the second half?
We put some experience in the backfield. Those girls get up in the air and they pick those balls out and they know where the end zone is. So thank goodness for that initiative in the backfield, because I know where I was right in the midfield. There was no ball coming to me and I would not have been able to pull off a victory like that.
Yeah, we saw you change from playing, pass rush to centre in that second half. Do you think that really helped with offense?
I think it may have helped because I know how to get out of the way and not impede the rusher in any way. I think I was drawing in some defenders and creating more space on the outside for my girls. But yards is how we win this game, and we got as many yards as we possibly could right throughout that 40 minutes, and that pulled us over in the end. But it's not done now. We still got a final to play in about 2 hours.
Yep.
Sheesh.
Be exciting. So give us a quick rundown on Girls of the Gridiron.
Girls of the Gridiron, Aotearoa. We are on Instagram, we are on Facebook. Basically, we are a social media platform where we are celebrating gridiron, or girls playing gridiron in Aotearoa. Across the country, there are 141 girls playing either contact or flag versions of American football, and there is space for plenty more.
Awesome. Hey, good luck in the final, and I'll be watching you with big eyes.
Thank you.
All right, back to you.
Shanice, what a wonderful kaikorera on behalf of women in flag football and in gridiron, and we congratulate her and again acknowledge that was a semi, the final still to come, but what a superb conclusion in that semi-final. 22-21, Wildcats women beating the South Auckland Raiders in that semi-final. We'll get a chance to see them again later in the afternoon. Coming up, it's a youth gold final as we continue coverage of the 2022 flag finals from Rongomai Park here in Flatbush in South Auckland. I hope you can stay with us. We'll take a break and we'll be back with our next game very shortly. Well, kia ora and welcome back here. It's finals day of flag football, and it's been an exciting day so far with a couple of fine games. Our next game coming your way is the Tamaki Lightning Youth up against Tauranga Trident Youth. And, of course, as the name implies too, we can expect some really hot-paced football action here at Rongomai Park in the south of Auckland. Great to have you along, and, of course, with us today, Brendan McGurk, who is the team manager for the New Zealand Mako, our national squad. And it's been a great day so far, and I'm really looking forward to this as we count down into the youth final and beyond. But also joining us today as well in the commentary positions, James Lisserman. We're just awaiting the teams to come together. We'll be going down for the coin toss to see which way the squads are playing. I certainly enjoyed that last game, though, Brendan.
Oh, it's been brilliant. Absolutely incredible. The amount of football and quality football that's being played is it's incredible. Yeah, it's grown massively, and you can see the skill and development of players from the ages of like 13, 14, all the way up to, we've got some 50-year-olds playing the Legends. It's great.
50-year-olds? Well, there might even be a squad for me, mate. Of course, James is joining us today, and one of the neat things, he's down at the coin toss at the moment, but he'll join us in the commentary position soon. And James is a basketball commentator as well as a referee. So if anyone knows the game well, it'll be him.
Exactly, he'll be able to tell us all points and everything he looks for as a I guess a ref.
Yeah, for sure. When you look at the Trident Club, we're just killing some time at the moment before they come together for that coin toss. The Trident Youth out of Tauranga, tell us a little more about the club, its establishment, and how important it is that we have these representative teams coming out of our regional cities.
Yeah, it's hugely important because unlike at some of the main centres where they don't actually have contact, you've still got that large following of football, and flags so accessible for them. With Tauranga Tridents, they started 11 months ago, and they've been playing consistently for the last 11 months across the seniors, the Legends, and also the youth grades. And it's showing they've got really good they're just good. They're cohesive, and they're playing smart football, and it's really showing because 11 months and they're in the finals.
Well, you see one of the squads that'll be making its way across to field number one, well protected after yesterday's downpours. And so there's just a little bit of drizzle here in the south of Auckland at the moment. Let's hope that it holds off well enough to get our next 3 games that are being covered. Thank you for tuning in today and supporting flag football, of course, brought to you by the American Flag Football Association, NZ aligned. You've been involved administratively too as a former board member as well, but certainly interested in what's going on across with the Canterbury boys on the far side of the field. We haven't got them in shot, but the game that's going on just in the distance you can see, it's certainly created a lot of interest, and that's that Wellington team who looked really good when we saw them in our first game covered today.
Yeah, it's really methodical, and they're going against one of the better clubs of the Auckland region, the Tamaki Lightning, whose youth team's actually playing this youth final now. But it seems to be drawing a big crowd because it's I guess it's no love lost between those two teams over there.
And I guess, Tamaki came in as one of the favourites, but yesterday didn't turn out particularly well for them, as we see the referees just coming into the centre of the pitch here, and representatives from the two teams coming up. Looking forward to seeing the Tamaki Lightning Youth. They might be able to pick up where the men's team were unable to, and that's, of course, making their way into this gold final.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just hopefully see that they've learnt the lessons from yesterday and they can adapt and adjust, but their style of play is definitely better suited to not torrential rain. Yeah.
I'd like to also acknowledge our referees. You can see them in the centre of the pitch at the moment too, Brendan. You can't have the game without the officials, and they've been working hard to upskill and coaching clinics, refereeing clinics to enhance their abilities once the games are underway.
Yeah, they've NZAFF have a really good way of upskilling officiators. So we've got the official development program, so that's kind of targeted to anyone that kind of wants to be involved with football but may not be able to play, so they officiate.
Well, Sam Perry's out there, so is Oscar Hill. We'll go down to the official coin toss now.
So, ready? Yep. Okay, captains, welcome to the youth final. Crew, I'm Mark. Donald. And Today we've got the Tridents as the home team and the Lightning as the visiting team. That's the heads, and that's the tails. You've got the call. Call it while the coin's in the air. Tails is the call. It's the heads.
We'll start on home.
You're going to take the ball on offense. Which way do you want to run? Okay, so we're going this way. Tridents on offense. Have a good game, captains.
Two young guys, and we know that the pace of the game when our young fellas get hold of the ball there, Brendan, you know, there's a lot of pace. Accuracy in the passing is going to be really important, but the intensity of the clash goes without saying. Really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are the future of the sport in New Zealand, and they're the cream of the crop. It's just, I'm fizzing.
And looking forward to it, and also I'd like to acknowledge Eden, Noel and Izzy, who are looking after us with the camera work today. Thanks very much to our camera staff. And of course, Ashley's directing the action. Good to have you along here. Finals day in New Zealand flag football, Rongomai Park here in South Auckland. And great to see this facility being well utilised. And like I say, it's a softball diamond is here, and they play football also. Really pleased to have James Lissom joining us today. James knows the game inside out. James, a warm welcome to our commentary team today. And I know you probably would have been up here yourself, but you've been out there doing the officiating.
Yes, yeah, I've had a couple of different jobs. So it's always nice to branch out. Not my first time commentating, but my first time commentating flag football. So looking forward to hopefully a pretty exciting game.
And we're about to get underway here too. It will be Tauranga will have first dibs of the ball. Just a newish club, and they snap and get ready for the big downtowner. It's eludes, though, the runner down there, Justin Falcon, after being delivered by Walker. But I was just touching, James, and you've been around a while, mate, watched a lot of footy, and certainly with your rollout in the middle, recognising that these young players really play at pace, and it's great to see them developing their skills in flag football.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, and it's the coaching will be a massive part. Like you saw there, like one of the, I don't know, you don't want to let people just run free deep because most of the time they're probably going to connect. So we'll see how important the coaching is to sort of correct that as the game's going through.
There's Walker once again. Gets it and deflagged. That Sam Perry on the far side. Into you, Brendan.
Yeah, they're just you've seen just in this game what we've seen in a couple of the other games where the weather's been a bit dismal. They're doing that 2 QB set where they're passing and giving that option just to scramble up the side. I think that's probably what we're going to see for the rest of the game.
As we say, the game's on the growth, and it's up to these young players, and certainly a great endorsement and advertisement for our women in Gridiron social pages. If you'd like to have a look at that one day, as we see a little handoff here, and working the ball nicely. Out to Perry, who darts forward. He's deflagged, and it'll be another opportunity for Tauranga from close range.
Yeah, what you saw there was Tauranga actually drew most of the defence onto their right-hand side, and because the ball had already been passed backwards, it meant that player could then get that extra length on that free left-hand side.
We'll be looking forward to a lot of the crowd are over at the game on the far side of the field too, coming forward once again. Looking for a runner, and that's nicely delivered too. Picking up it is Skilton, and Skilton through the gap and into the end zone. What a start.
What a hitch and go, and then ran all the way home for that touchdown. Brilliant.
Yeah, I think the Lightning there were like, it's 4th down and about 4. They're going to go for a short pass, suck the defence in, that nice little dump over the top.
Yeah.
And then he did the rest of the way himself.
Yeah, Skilton certainly showed a lot of skill down this left edge as they go for the conversion. Good start here from Tauranga for a club that's really been going only short of a year. And that one slightly disappointing that it didn't stick. Again, Falcon coming through, but still an early 6-0 lead. Lightning will be, as I mentioned, wanting to make up for the fact that their top team didn't make it through to the finals today after somewhat disappointing effort yesterday in the rain. But it's a sunny old Sunday afternoon here in Southside, and now we get an opportunity here for the Lightning youth.
Yes, I wonder how much they've changed their strategy. Like yesterday was like the odd long pass, but it's pretty much short passes, hoping that someone's missing, whereas today we've seen a couple of deep bombs attempted already.
Yeah, keep an eye out for number 3 for the Tamariki Lightning, Anthony Sokai. He was at the HPU and he absolutely performed.
This is Sokai now, the handoff. Okay, to get just a little bit of conservative yardage. That's Kasten Baratoka. He takes it forward for Lightning.
Yes, so Tridents will be pretty happy. Like, that was a relatively complex play to cover there, but did well. 7 or 8 yards is all they gave up on that one.
Charlie Kotai looks like he's got some height, which could be beneficial through the game. And of course, so much is down to the work of Sokai, as mentioned, out of the high performance unit. So good future for the young quarterback. That's him with the ball in hand now. Lefty. And it's been patted down as well, so no advantage here for Lightning. Plenty of supporters coming across the total of these two teams.
I think a lot of the Tauranga noise is their bench. Like, I'm looking down there, I think they've got 7 players. No, another 6 in uniform at least, so yeah, certainly trying to pump up. And then Tamaki, obviously their senior men have just finished as well. They'll have a few coming over to watch.
This will be a fun game. Stay with us. Good to have you with us in this final. Here's a big hander and a beauty as well, deep. It's taken there by the 20. That's Isaiah Dunn. Great effort there.
Yeah,
beautiful delivery.
Yeah, Anthony Sokai just ran. He threw the ball across his body while scrolling left, so that's a very hard ball to throw.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was hard to cover this one as well. It was first and goal. I think they're just inside the no runnings. No, just outside it looks like. So they may be able to go for a running play or pass behind the line of scrimmage if they wanted here.
That's Kotai with the snap. Back it comes to the skipper. Angles. Picked off in the end. Did he get close? It's Baratoka once again.
Yeah, he just evaded the rush there, like bought enough time and then threw it over the top, and the touchdown is good. So 6-6 the score at the moment, and they're going for 2 here. Interesting when one would have given them the lead if they wanted to go for it.
So deep in corridor in the huddle. The Lightning take advantage here. Looking for the extra. Boom, the left hand comes through, but it's not taken that time. Anthony Sokai.
Hey, James, you talked about the no-run zone just in front of the end zone. Can you tell us about that?
So 5 yards from the end zone, you can't have a running play, but not only that, you can also, any forward passes have to cross the line of scrimmage. The last game I was just on the field for was a great play. Unfortunately, the pass was caught 1 yard short of the line of scrimmage or the neutral zone, so it's an ineligible forward pass, or not a forward pass. Ended up being a loss of down.
Beautiful little stepping here, trying to weave his way through is the talented Falcon. Because a lot of these players, touch footy exponents, and of course they've got that youth and agility, so they'll run all day, run all night.
Yeah, they don't look very, very slow after, what's this, game number 5 or 6 for them, I'm guessing.
Beautiful take. And that's the 16 Skilton, of course, got that touchdown a little while ago. Scorching touchdown.
See, at the moment, it seems like, we've only seen one drive in the half now. Lightning seems like they want to just limit big plays and sort of cover people and hope for a mistake as opposed to putting a lot of pressure on. But the other games that you've seen, do you see them sort of change it up throughout the game?
That's Brown. Short. Skilton again. This little shimmy, but reading the play well and putting him away. It's Harry Crowley.
Yeah, Tauranga will be happy though. Like, they didn't get a whole lot of yards, but they did get enough to get a first down. You see their down marker just past halfway, so first and goal now for them.
Yeah, you see James Walker, he's doing those nice little check downs as well.
Walker again. Conservative. Gets the pass off and needs to go. It's going long. It's going too long, and it will elude everybody. Go careering out of the zone. Cameron Skilton with a bit of a chase to even get the ball back. As we see more and more coming along to support these young players here, which is the way it should be. Hope you're enjoying the action too. Live streamed and through Sky Next. Thanks to the New Zealand Community Trust for bringing the action. 4 Wins likewise, and the TAB. And of course, Sky Next. Tauranga with the ball. Tridents, they have it. Back it comes to Walker again. working with Perry. Walker.
And just interesting there, like the Lightning, even though the Tridents are going to that 2 QB set, Lightning's been pretty content just to rush one, and so far those last 2 plays, they've put them under pressure with only one guy and not having to devote a second one to the 2 in the backfield.
Yeah, it's like they're almost playing a low cover zone just on that side, aren't they?
That bullet pass too. He was angling in to find Justin Falcon once again, but that ball goes to ground. At least they're trying a few things. Tried it. Consulting the playbook.
Yeah, 4th down, so you're probably expecting this pass to go pretty deep here, I'd say.
Yeah, just fling it.
That's the play you'd dial up here. Guys, just go deep.
He's somewhere down there. He's open.
And we have a timeout, first timeout charged here for Tauranga.
That's Kevin Palalangi. What do you know about Kevin and his involvement in the code? Brendan?
He's actually been, him and I think Graham started the Tauranga Club, and they've been massive in the community. So they've kind of taken it, owned it, and with he's got years of experience, and it's just paid dividends for the club. He's a stalwart of New Zealand football, we'll put it that way.
Well, the numbers on the sidelines indicative of the interest that our young people are showing in Tauranga to the development of the code. It'd be really good to see some young Rangataki Wahine as well. Did they bring a women's team forward?
No, it was just the seniors and the youth team at the moment, but they are they're in primary schools and working with a lot of youth there as well.
Looking. They're just not quite able to get Skilton this time around, and the Lightning are pretty content with their work too.
So you were dead on there, Brendan. Just biff it deep, right? You could have been they're probably going to look for Skilton. He seems to be the key matchup advantage where they think they've got one, but 2 players from the Lightning make that a pretty hard pass to complete.
Yeah, he's got that reach and he's got that height, so he can contest those jump balls. But unfortunately, so do the Lightning, which is probably a nice little even matchup.
So the defensive line's changed here. Walding is on, and so is Dola. Sukai shows, backs up. Good work from Trident too. Quinn McCoy in there.
Yeah, that looks a bit like the sport that I normally commentate. He sent that shot back to him and said, "Get out of here, mate." Unfortunately, American football, it goes back to the spot. It is a loss of down, though, so second and half here for the Tamaki Lightning.
Great to have your expertise with us, James Lissaman, for the call alongside Brendan McGurk. And pleased to have your company as well here. I hope you're enjoying the action from our Youth Gold final. Sukai in trouble again, under pressure, and that's an intercept for Walding. Nathaniel Walding, not much of him, he's not a big player, but certainly was well positioned there. That'll give the attacking squad a chance to get in there and really milk this one. Scoreline 6 apiece here in the final.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. Both teams have really been able to put pressure on the quarterback just from rushing one guy. And you saw that first pass knocked down, second one just thrown up for grabs, and Tauranga first and goal with a pretty short field here. So
it's Walker. Gets it again to the darting, weaving, skipping, ducking and diving skills of young Justin Falcon. He's a good go-to man here.
Yeah, they are in the no running zone here, so unfortunately that means they're going to have to go to their more traditional American football playbook here.
Walker's looking. All his men are in the zone. That throw just a little heavy, and Skilton unable to pull it in.
Would it be an advantage to deliberately get your flags pulled just outside that zone?
I think it probably would, but it's been a few years for me, but when you get the ball and you're like, I might be able to get to the end zone, you're not going to stop and be like, I'm going to stop at the 6. You're going to end up here at about the 3 or 4 most times.
They'll splay out. They go for the same ball again, but again, it's just a touch too long. Slightly inaccurate, but certainly the thinking was sound.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to fade to the end zone there, but on the flip side, it's virtually impossible for a turnover to happen. So, good decision to look for that. I feel like taking a beat too long, which is why the ball is going out the back of the end zone.
Well, ultimately, the decision on field is being made here with the players. And that's been interrupted as well. So good work from Tamaki Lightning. In the end, some disappointment there from James Walker. Had a couple of opportunities. And his teammates come in and say, it's okay, mate, we'll get him next time.
He doesn't look the happiest as he was coming off. He was just off screen there, but we could see him feeling like I really left points on the board there rather than coming through with a touchdown for us. Although it looks like the scoreboard over there is getting changed. We can assure you it is still 6-6. So if you do see that shot behind us, we do have the correct score on camera.
And Sokai in some trouble, and he's been driven out of bounds. Well, perhaps just a step too far.
Interesting here. Like I think that may have actually been an illegal rush. Like, so he couldn't have been that far forward anyway.
Second down and 5.
If the referees say no, that's where the ball's spotted. That's where the ball's spotted. So.
Going deeper, they're going deep. Here's Sokai. Lines it up. Good ball. Good take as well. Skillful play. Picked up nicely over the far side by Dunn. Sokai under a bit of pressure from the defenders who got to him. But he's been around a while now. So lovely footwork and was able to free his arm to get that big left throw. And it was nicely picked up by Isaiah Dunn. Third down, 21. Here we go. Lightning. Clustered. They peel away. Providing opportunities at Sokai. And again, great hands on show. Good run through the middle. Classy effort from Luke Collingworth.
And that's not just a deflagging, that's a debelting there. But you're exactly right. A great catch there, like hands, full extension away from the body, and just fingertip control there to catch that. And the pass, it was, well, you said last time, Brendan, he rolled to his left, hit the left corner. This time rolled to his left, threw it back across into the middle of the field there.
He wasn't well balanced, was he, to take the ball, so credit to him, James. Young Collingworth showing some skill there. Now a good opportunity to take the lead if they can capitalise. So, with the ball, ready to provide the snap.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have, well, now that I'm up here, I'm not down on the field to hear exactly what the penalty was, but 5 yards moving back, so it still will be first and goal here from about the 15.
Kotai, Sokai, runner down the right side is making himself available. Sokai goes himself, he's away from one, looking, can he get, well, will he get sacked is the question, gets the ball away, and in the end it's Kotai who receives. We'll go across to our in-house referee right up here in the commentary booth, James.
Yeah, so I can see they're checking, like, were the flags in a place where they were able to be grabbed, or did he have no flag? Yeah, you can see there, like, I'm not sure what the call is here. So referees are just discussing it at the moment. And, yeah, they are saying actually it was pulled first, so it is a sack before the completion up on the sideline. So
there's another look at it.
It's a bit hard to tell there, isn't it? Like, it was extremely quick. So the down marker does say 3. Yeah, no, 2 is what it should be, so they're just correcting that. So second and goal, around about the 20, so moving the wrong way here. One play, 10 yards the wrong direction.
What's Sokai going to do this time around? He throws that dummy quite a lot, doesn't he? The little fake to pass.
He's got a nice little bounce in his step that's just helping with that elusiveness that he's got in that pocket.
Yeah, when he's left-handed, so obviously favours rolling to his left. But you saw that one there, faked, and then just reset a little bit to the right. So pretty high-level stuff to be able to move both sides. You know, I would say in the pocket, but flag football, you've kind of got your pocket is the width of the field as long as you can run away.
There's Dunn, peels off to the left. Sokai once again chances his hand with a delicate ball over the top. Really classy.
Yeah, the touch was perfect on that. Like not too hard. He got it. His receiver could just wait there, make sure he had his balance, catch it nice and cleanly. So they're up 6, and this time they are going for a 1-point conversion as opposed to 2.
We've got another look too at that ball. Sokai just seems to allow himself or creates time to play. He doesn't panic. And this time around, there's a lovely pick up in the right-hand corner. So we're back here for the conversion. Beautifully converted as well. That was fantastic. I think it was Isaiah Dunn, was it, he came across with that one? No, it wasn't. It was Kotai.
Yeah, so he doubled up. He got the touchdown, and he's the same one that got the conversion as well.
Charlie Kotai, gee, he's good, isn't he? He's a tall guy, and it probably would have got away from a shorter man, but he was able to get in and capitalise, Brendan.
Yeah, so like, remember at the start of the conversation I said the Tamaki Lightning with their playbook differed from, if that didn't work yesterday and the rain thrives today, is because when they're passing, they're actually leading their receivers into that ball, so they're not stopping and starting on their run.
Well, Jack Brown couldn't pull that one in too. So it could be a little bit of a dent in the confidence at the moment here that we're witnessing with James Walker. He's got heavy responsibility, and he couldn't secure the points at the other end of the field. And now to put that one down is pretty straightforward, and Jack Brown just couldn't handle the jandle, and so they'll start again here.
Yeah, that's good to have a short memory. Obviously, forget about that trip down, unsuccessful, but let's get to halfway, eh?
Going short, conservative in a way there with Cam Skilton again. Very reliable receiver, isn't he?
Really good.
Yeah, I mean, it can be that, a 5-7 yard pass, and then you're going to say he's probably going to get a couple of yards on top of that, almost double it every time he does get a reception.
Yeah, Justin Falcon's doing good as well. He's got those hips, catches the ball, almost makes it with one hand as well.
Well, James Tye got in there and put some pressure again on the quarterback, and getting some congratulations from his defensive teammates out on the track there.
Yeah,
Connor O'Brien, sorry.
4th and about 10 here, so what would you dial up here?
Just
Well,
those
no, in a
deep-
minute. Here we
short
go.
hash.
It's going deep, all right. Don't worry about that. A good one. A beauty. And Cameron Skilton does it again. Gee, he's good. But the pass was spot on.
I was almost joking when I was saying, do you want to look deep? But no, that's exactly. If Skilton's going to be running free, that was like the first play of the game. Lightning forgot to cover him, left him go deep again. Again, when they're looking sort of at that halfway, thinking they're going to be looking for a short pass. Tauranga is 2 times now they've converted on one of them.
And now looking to add the extras. In they go as well, and it's Brown who won't let you down. And if you want some boost in confidence for James Walker, it's just being delivered by Skilton and Brown, but he had a big part to play, and what was some classy efforts there from Tauranga Moana. Good stuff.
So has this shifted the momentum? Like I felt like it was Tauranga's. They got that stop and the interception against Lightning. Then Lightning came back. They got the stop against them, came down, scored a touch, and it felt like the game was turning. Tauranga, 4th and halfway, they come back and hit a big time throw to tie this game right up at 13.
And we're close to half-time here. I hope you're enjoying the action from the New Zealand flag football finals, and Sokai sacked.
Like, I don't think you'd expect that too often where he's just not able to outrun the defender, but fantastic pursuit there from the Tauranga guys.
Yeah, I mean, credit for the Tauranga secondary, because they're obviously shutting down those receivers that he's not getting the looks that he wants, and he's having to scramble, and it's putting pressure on himself, and he's getting in his own head, it seems like.
Luke Collingworth's down the right. Is he going to go to him? And Collingworth also puts it down.
Yeah, well, that felt like it there, didn't it? Like
Yeah.
he pumped like it was a quick, looking for a slant, which is almost a catch, read, see where the defender is straight away. The pump, he's just used to doing that whenever the rush is coming to just buy that extra second of time. Probably would have been better off just to catch, throw it straight away and make sure of the connection there.
Well, after a really big start, it feels as though Lightning just a little bit rattled here from Tauranga. And trying to recover too, but unable to. Going downstairs is Baratuka. So hats off here to the defence by Trident.
Right, so 4th down and halfway. What do you do here? Just halfway or length of the field, Brendan?
These are young guys that go all the way,
Yeah.
won't they, Brendan?
He can throw that far. Has he got enough time to run around and...
If Shiraz, if the coach is calling the play, I know they're just going to get to half. You know, they're not like the Tridents where they're making they can strike from anywhere on the field. Shiraz is quite methodical. He plays it safe, and he's just called a timeout.
I feel like you're talking about Shiraz, the coach, plays it quite. Shiraz, the player I've seen, is like, yep, hit me deep, please.
Yep.
Well, you can see, just by the way the flags on the Trident players' shorts are going, that there's a bit of a wind benefit to them. And so going long from their end of the field makes some sense. And I guess it would be a little more difficult for Sokai to get that sort of distance. So they're well in conversation here at the moment, huddled together. You can get all the coaching that you like, but ultimately it's the players, although I see some of the admin staff, coaching staff coming in. Is that Shiraz, I guess you're talking about, is just on the field there?
Yep, that's
there he is.
Yep, head coach in the New Zealand men's national team, and Tamaki Lightning head coach as well.
He doesn't look super happy to be in 4th and long, though, does he?
13 apiece. What a good tussle this one is in our Youth Gold final here at the flag finals at Rongomai. It is going long and almost taken, but in the end unable to be secured.
Yeah, and good job by the referees to be right there. Well, the whole officiating crew, no flags, just a bit of incidental contact. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. We do have a flag.
And we do have some refereeing expertise in the commentary booth. James, make the call.
So it is unsportsmanlike conduct against Tauranga. So I was correct. There was no foul for pass interference, offence or defence. It was both players competing for the ball. But then at the end of the play, it was unsportsmanlike conduct from the spot. So it's a massive penalty against Tauranga. Ball will stay here with the Tamaki Lightning, 1st and goal.
Yeah, that's a mental mistake. That team just shouldn't be making any more going forward.
Actually, sorry, no, they've spotted the wrong ball. It was post the turnover, so it will be Tauranga's ball, but it is half the distance to the goal for them.
Gotcha.
It's all when did the penalty occur? Was it while the play was still in progress or afterwards? So for a taunting penalty, it is after the play is over, so it should be 1st down Tauranga. Not that we have very much time left over at the end of this half here.
An exciting first half here in the Youth Gold final. Back to Skelton once again with that traditional shimmy. Trying to get away, and they'll come up for the 2nd down here, Tauranga. They're playing a good brand of flag football, these youngsters in the Bay of Plenty. Looking long this time again. They're looking again, but that one is just too big for Cameron Skilton. I think it was one eye on the clock too, as we count it down here to the first half. It's been an entertaining game though. Great skills on show.
Yeah, I believe there's 1 second. There was a 1 signal, I'm just assuming that means 1 second as opposed to 1 minute, which exactly what you said. That's why they're looking for that hopeful deep shot. And who have they looked for whenever they've been looking like, we want a 30 to 40 yard play?
Throw it to Cameron.
Well, he's got the skills to play the Bills, doesn't he?
Brown again, seeking out Walker. They've got to do it. They've got to do it quick. Downtown they go. Here's Walker now with the ball. Looks, sends it. Who's going to get it? Takers. No one able to secure the football.
And that is halftime. So we were exactly correct. There was 1 second on the clock. And we could have you could tune in right now and you still don't know who's going to win this game, do you?
No, it's wide open.
And isn't that the way that we like it too here in finals day? It's so pleasing to see that while there might be a bit of wind around and some overcast cloud conditions, nothing like the turbulence that all and sundry had to face yesterday. And it's really allowed for an open running style of flag football and a real advertisement for the game. Now, if you want to know more about it, New Zealand American Football, nzaff.co.nz is where you can head to. And again, I'd like to thank our sponsors who've contributed here today, the New Zealand Community Trust, 4 Winds Trust, and of course the TAB. The action coming through the internet to you at your home, at your leisure, and also through Sky Next. Good to have you with us And, of course, to have the expertise of these two fine gentlemen in the commentary position. Let's go across to you first, Brendan. Some good players on show here. And really, this is the future of the sport. And as a guy who's interested in the high-performance unit and where that might take players beyond that, who stood out for you in that first half?
It's probably Anthony Soakai, the quarterback for the Tamaki Lightning. He is extremely accurate. He's got a great ball. It's a really tight spiral, and he can deliver it where he wants to. He just needs to work on his pocket presence. He's got enough room to work in, but he needs to know that he doesn't have to make a play. He just has to get the ball to his receiver and get it out as fast as possible.
And to you, James, as well?
Yeah, I almost feel like it's the same for both teams. Like, they've had a couple of 2 QB sets, but both teams have been able to just rush one blitzer, and that's been enough to shut it down, mainly because the quarterbacks haven't been wide enough. They've been pretty close that this blitzer can cover both of them. So we'll see which coaching staff is like, hey guys, just take another couple of yards to space out between you, and I think they'll be able to fight there. And then it's what can the defense do to adjust to that afterwards.
Well, speaking of defense, that's with Tauranga in, and they've got Graydon Robinson in and 18 down the right edge as well. 43 as Sokai once again gets it up through the middle, and a good flag pulled together as well by Will Harris, the 22.
Yeah, it was nice hands again on that catch, and I don't know, I'm a little worried Sokai is like dancing around really close to the goal line there. Like, that's the time where you want to go for those quick passes just to avoid any chance for a safety. I mean, it ends up being a great play, but just you've got to be aware where you are on the field.
It seems at times that he relies a little bit on the off-the-cuff. That was a poor setup for him, but in the end, really nicely delivered down to Collingworth. So they'll get another opportunity as they come to the second and goal.
Yeah, no flag grab needed there. His knee was down as he caught the ball, so players immediately did. Exactly the same rules you have if you're watching NCAA American college football, different to the NFL though.
Well, these two have got a good understanding, Charlie Kotai and Sokai. This time around, just a little pop over the top.
Yeah, so this is where you want to be, right, Brendan? It's third and goal, but you're outside the no-running zone. They're at about the 6. Yeah, you can see the down marker there showing how close, right on the edge of the screen there.
Yeah. Look for number 37, Luke Collingworth. He's been getting open quite a bit. Those last 2 big chunk plays came to him, and on that last one he was open in the back end field. So look for a point score from him.
Baratuka's on the left, backing up. Sokai under some pressure and gets that ball in. Sweet.
Yeah, it's incomplete. Yep. Not judged to have. Yeah, you can see Shiraz is like, are you sure he didn't have control of the ball? It was a super tight game, super tight play. Soakai was almost sacked, got the pass exactly where it needed to be, but not able to hold it on long enough.
Isaiah Dunn, though, got himself in a good position. It was so much there or thereabouts, certainly not much in it. But the call.
Well, I'm going to see if it goes to Kotai in the right-hand corner of the end zone. That's where he went last time to score.
Let's see where he goes. Down the left is Baratuka. Which way? Sokai in, and just away from Dunn. He skirts around the back in the end zone, but just couldn't pull it in. And Tauranga will be pretty pleased with their defensive effort that time around.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You've just seen that Tauranga are actually trying to do a different formation than what they were doing in the first half, so they've kind of changed up their looks, and that's quite impressive.
Here's the restart on the 5. Little short, back to Walker. Then again, utilising Sam Perry. He's elusive. Eventually picked off on the far side there by Collingworth, who came across on the defensive play.
Yeah, interesting there. Like, don't be surprised if you see a quiet word from the officiating crew just to be careful with your arms as you're running with the ball. Like, as you see, most of the senior guys, they hold the ball up above their head, so there's no risk to having flag guarding called. But when you're this fast, I guess you can do whatever you want if no one's close enough, and then great effort anyway.
You sure that Falcon's in the right team, because he's the Lightning. He is super quick.
I think Shakira said it best when the hips don't lie. Moving those all day.
I guess it's the same as basketball, like there's a place for shorter people and taller people, like the big red zone target versus closer you are to the ground, it can be very, very hard to grab those flags when they dip, twist a little bit.
Well, it's seen as a game for all too, James, and it's what it has to be. It's deliberately a non-contact sport so that everyone gets an opportunity to play. It's fast-paced, good action, and if you've got some young people, or even not so young people, interested in having a nice experience physically, and flag football could be for you. This time it's across to Brown. They pick up a few valuable yards here.
Yeah, that was their fourth down play, needed around 6 yards or so. They did have Skilton going deep, but there were 2 defenders on him that time, so great read there to look for Brown underneath, picking up a relatively easy first down.
Skilton's there, Skilton, back it comes for Walker for Skilton. It's copybook material here at the moment from Tauranga. Really well drilled, and hats off there to Kevin Palalangi. He's got this young team from the Bay running hot at the moment. 13 apiece the scoreline here in the Youth Gold Cup final. I'm really pleased to be able to bring it to you. Anything can happen in the minutes we have left, and there's plenty to go. 15 at least to play. There's Brown. Second down.
Yeah, a bit of confusion here. Yeah, they obviously set up the wrong way. And I think we're going to have a delay of game here. Just wait for... No, it's false start on the offense. Same thing though, 5-yard penalty. It will remain second down here. But I mean, that happened to Tom Brady, which is in my team. So, you know, delay of game when they were going for the 2-point conversion to tie the game. So it can happen to the best of us.
Little pass off here to Falcon once again, and there he goes on the spin, but reading the play nicely to pick him off.
There was a nice little play with that where he didn't screen, but he blocked off that pass rush with that motion, and it kind of changed Soakai to change direction, like at the same point, and took him completely out of the play.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like Soakai being their primary blitzer and the quarterback as well, like his fitness level must be pretty good as we see it, but I think his score there, let's have a look. No, it's just short.
Yeah, deemed to be, just half a yard short too. As we would have seen more celebrations, I think, from Jack Brown had he have realised he was in. But it was nicely delivered for him, certainly giving them a chance.
Yeah, if he just reached out, he probably would have been, because it's where the tip of the ball is as soon as that flag is pulled. And, you know, contact, it's when you get tackled where the ball is. But goal line, all you have to do is break the plane and it's a touchdown. So 4th and goal here, about a yard to go.
Just 1 yard. Is it open enough? Is it open enough? Walker gets it through, and who's there? Well, you better believe it. He's been hot all day, and Falcon is there. And Tauranga.
Yeah, they're going for a 1-point try here. You see that look, it was about his 3rd read there, went all the way to the right side of the field, back left, found him there wide open, just sitting in that spot, evading, moving from the defence to open up the angle.
He's been such a useful attacking weapon, Falcon, and he might be utilised even again. This one hits the deck, so they won't be able to convert there. But it's just a little bit injured too, Cameron Skilton. That'll be disappointing as he hobbles off the field. And now the ball in the hands of Tamaki.
So we could have overtime in this, right, Brendan? It's not co-champions. Like, you know, no team has been able to go up by more than 7 points. I think it's been the most we've had. So 19-13 here. So if the game holds true, we're going to see a lightning touchdown and a failed conversion here to tie it back up again.
One thing about Sorkai's got plenty of confidence, hasn't he? And they look to the playbook. He knows what is ahead of him, but I think he leaves a little bit of room for the innovative, and that sort of cuts him, out of the pack somewhat of traditional quarterbacks.
Here's a little bit like Patrick Mahomes, so I'd say, just he looks like he can throw it off different platforms from throwing and obviously rolling right or left.
Certainly going to be one to watch in the years ahead. We see another indiscretion. We'll go to you, please, James.
Yeah, so this time it's defence here. So this is the one. It's a rule so the blitzer, they've got to have their hand up, but then if their hand is still up and they end up being inside the 7-yard the line, then it is a penalty on them. So that's what the call is there on that one there. Actually, it looks like they may have changed it to offense. Sorry, I saw the signal saying it was defense, but it is actually offense. So that one's a bit more simpler. Someone jumped.
So here we are, trying to sack. Nice ball through the middle. Nicely picked out as well. And Justin Baletoka gets the football as we move up to the third down here for Tamaki.
You could see him reaching out there, like he wanted to get as many yards as possible before his flag was pulled. So third down, about 4 to go here.
What would you do in this situation, James? Go deep.
I think I would go deep. Like, you've got 2 downs to get 4 yards. You should think that you could probably make it if you miss on the first one.
Waiting in the cross to his mate is very good, tall and athletic. And he certainly knows how to reel them in, doesn't he? Charlie Kotai.
Well, I've seen that move on basketball a few times, the too little there. I don't know if it counts being too little when there's no one around you as you're going up to catch that. And I mean, he was so wide open. He was running backwards for a couple of steps to come down with that one. So first and goal, about the 11-yard line here.
Stack to the left, the Lightning this time. Expect the shift. They'll peel out. Splay out across the field. Back to Sorkai, hot stepping. And he does get sacked this time. The chase is good from McCoy. And even Sorkai acknowledges that. Oh, well, sometimes when you dance with the devil, you're going to get burned.
Yeah, no, that was a rush, and Sorkai, my ankles would be busted if I was trying to catch up to him. So that's just tremendous here to go there, dive, grab the flag. Loss of down, loss of yards as well. But we saw him just, 2 plays ago connect on about a 30-yard pass, so well within his range here still.
Yep, and the rain is coming down now too.
Not for us, though, right?
No, we're dry.
No, we're sweet as a nut up here in the commentary position. This is not as heavy as yesterday, but there's going to be some heavy work here from Sorkai as he gets it through the middle. And once again, some skillful work. And a wonderful ally is Baletoka.
Yeah, so we're about bang on this one for the line. Yeah, that's pretty far for the mark. Yeah. I was going to say Tauranga walked it back about 3 yards. Lightning walked it up about 3, so I guess that one went in favour of the Lightning. And here's where you want to be, Brendan, right outside the no running zone.
That's the perfect zone, perfect spot.
Not that Tamaki tends to do many 2 QB stuff. Theirs tends to be Soakai dancing a bit, wait for someone to get open.
There's the open, but it's the pace, the direction, a flat, fast pass. And
this
we're just checking this out a little. That was good, wasn't it?
Yep.
So it was certainly worth 6.
Cool, and they're going for 1.
And picking up 1 just to take a 1-point lead.
Yep, so I said they'd score a touchdown and then fail the conversion, so we'll see what happens here. Score currently 19-19. Soakai, if you could go back and see that one, that was basically a sidearm bullet there that he just rifled into the receiver.
Oh, beautiful dive to bat that one down.
Will Harris, the nice diving. And
yeah, so I guess you were talking about the weather at halftime, so anyone that was complaining about today being not as nice as yesterday, well, here you go. You've got your wish, as it is. It is bucketing down now.
Oh, people peeling for shelter. But we've just got a couple of games to wrap up the tourney, so I don't think there'll be anybody heading home straight away. Certainly not with the excitement that these young guys are putting on for us once again, as we see Walker holding it up. A great compadre over there as well, the darting run from Perry. They've got a good little combo going on.
Yes, a second down here. Pretty safe play there, given, the ball's going to be a lot slipperier here to catch. But this looks like they want to go deep. No, they are.
Oh, they're doing a sneaky play.
And Walker on the spin, but still manages to get in goal, does he, with the play? Where's the referee saying he was picked off?
Yeah, it is a first down. So, yeah, you're right there. He got just past the line to gain.
You'll see Tamaki Lightning now, they've realised that because of the weather, they're going to have to change the defence. So what the pass rusher is actually doing is as soon as he gets to the quarterback and the ball, he doesn't have the ball, he's pulling his flag. So if the ball gets passed back, the play's dead the moment he touches it.
We're locked up at 19 apiece here. There's 6.5 to play or thereabouts. Walker to Brown, is it? No, it's not Brown. It's Skilton.
I think we have a flat here closest to us. Yeah, we do. So official Lima here. We're talking to the head crew chief, Mark. Yes, so this would have been, the blitzer was offsides there. Otherwise it would have been play dead. So Tauranga gets to either take the result of the play or it should be 5 yards added, from where they were, replaying the down. Except there is more discussion.
Well, the rain's going to change tactics here, and when you're in a nail-biting situation, locked up, and it's just going to be so important who manages possession the best. And now there's a chance for Tauranga here.
Yeah,
Tried
so they did take the penalty, so replaying first down, and they just moved 5 yards up the field.
Back again for Perry. So Perry will be content. You just pick up those few yards, so vital in a tight contest.
So yeah, I feel like they haven't, Lightning haven't really solved the puzzle yet of how to stop those 2 QB options where Tauranga has run, every play this time, haven't they? They've pass back and then been like, I'm open, I'm just going to run, pick up what I can.
Back to Perry.
Well, he can't. He looked like he wanted to run, and he's like, I can't.
There he is again. Faulkner! Lightning Faulkner! Look at him go. Oh, heck. This kid just works at 100 mile an hour, doesn't he? Let's have another look at him. Speed to burn.
Yeah, when you're that fast, get to the edge, see if you can turn the corner, exactly what he did, in for 6 points.
And now looking for the extras. Faulkner's having a superb game here today. Back to Walker, and then he goes searching out Brown. He puts it down, so they'll get the 6, but not the extras. There's still plenty of time here for Lightning as they go deep into conversation about how they will approach this latter stage of the contest.
Yeah, it's we've got just under 5 minutes left in the game, and so Tamaki Lightning are going to have to control the clock. There's no doubt that they can score. He's got a rocket arm, but they just need to control possession.
Well, that looks like what that play is. Let's just get some yards, see if we can break something, get up the field. And these games here, the clock will stop inside the 2-minute warning, right? So it's, 5 minutes, all the game's up to this point. That was pretty much 5 minutes, and that's how it is. Now, you can actually extend it out quite a bit by forcing incomplete passes or running out of bounds.
But Atoka was the young man in show there with Sokai. Again, very reliant on his experienced attacking teammates. Sokai decides to go himself.
I just wonder if that plays a setup for, we're going to do this in a couple more times and then actually look for Sokai to throw something over the top. Although Shiraz is probably we need to get a first down before we look at that. 3rd and half here, they've got, the lines are getting a bit harder to see, around 7 yards or so.
Thanks, James Lissaman with us today, and also Brendan McGurk. My name's Dale. Hope you're enjoying the action here from the Youth Gold Finals. We once again see Sokai. And he spins. He's still running hot. Sokai's away. He's got speed himself. And Sokai shows why everyone's talking up his name. He's from the Lightning, and this time around he shows why.
Genius play call, right? Just go for a pretty simple one, give it to one of the best athletes here on the field, and he just runs away from everyone. Chance here, though, for the lead. Tied game here, 25 apiece. Yeah, they're going for 1 here from the 5.
Well, 1 will get it done, but you just think there's still a few twists and turns in this final plot. What a run from Sokai.
Yeah, just look at that. He's like, he is just able to high step there towards the end of that run there.
It's all on now. There he does. Pirouettes. Has a look. Delivers up. Delivers the gold ball through. Well, talk about on the money. And on his game, Luke Collingworth picking that one up from Sokai. What a great couple of minutes it's been for the quarterback.
Yeah, so timeout taken here. First timeout.
Off the second
Maybe
half.
not. I didn't see it get signaled for one team. It could have been an official's timeout. But here we go. First down, halfway, 1 point game. This is pretty much it. Tauranga does need to go down and score. Like, they've got enough time, but probably not enough to have 2 drives here.
How will they use it? It's Walker. That one's been touched, and who touched it? It was Sokai, but still retrieved. Again, that's their go-to man. Justin Falcon has been one of the outstanding contributors, win or lose, here in the final. Walker again, forced to look, and again he finds the young speedster, who's initially away, but then picked off by Baratuka.
You can see the tempo here. They're definitely worried about the time here. Third down short. Need to get over halfway, but this is probably time to look for Skilton.
Looking for the intercept. Here he is again. Can he get through? No, he's been deflagged, but even so, Tauranga running hot at the moment.
Yeah, first down here, the clock will stop and it will restart on the ready. Unfortunately, we cannot see what the clock is. Official Donald McMillan from Canterbury, he's the only one that will know for sure how much time's left in the game.
26-25, isn't this the way you want your finals to be? It's coming down to the wire here. It's Brown who dishes up for Walker. Little bit isolated over the top. He goes and the ball has gone down. The chance to score has eluded Tauranga Tridents.
They had him there like he was open. I mean, this is probably a little bit weather related there. Like, it's much, much harder to catch when the ball's just waterlogged like it is now.
Another chance here. Trident. Walker looking. And this time it's Sokai. He says, not on my watch.
Yeah, he's pretty happy with himself. Like, he's making an impact offensively and defensively here. Another couple of plays, and, well, if you get 2 stops here, that's probably going to be it. Lightning should hope be able to hang on. Tauranga gets the score here, though, and we could be in for another fantastic finish.
Well, it's been a fantastic game. Have they got it in at Tauranga? Back to Perry. Perry's isolated. Can he get it through? He's got to have an eye or an ear on the clock as we go to the 4th down.
Yeah, this is it. 4th down, I think right inside at the no running zone, so this one has to be a forward pass here. Just what you want, isn't it? American football, you want to see the forward pass and the touchdown. We have enough other sports with running and scoring here.
So here we go, James, Brendan, for those of you at home, it's been a top-class game here from our young men. Let's see how it finishes. And it's not to be for Tauranga for Trident. It looks good for Lightning, but we're still looking to see when it's going to actually conclude, James.
Yeah, we've got a flag here, so we'll see what the call is for this. Well, judging, what happened, who did the first thing, offense or defense. If it's an offensive one, then the defense can decline it, just take the result of the play. It's a personal foul, it's on defense, so this will be first down, I think, at the goal. And I mean, even if the clock had run out, this will be an untimed down. But we're just trying to work out just from body language, from what we can see up here, how much time there is left on the clock.
Thanks, James. Good to have your expertise here. And let's see how we go. Either way, I take my hat off to both these teams too. The way that they've played the game, the speed, the agility, the commitment that's been on show, and the flag football nous that these young guys have shown us this afternoon. They all deserve credit.
Well, it's what you want, isn't it? A 1 point game, like getting decided in the dying seconds.
Absolutely. How is it going to finish up as it comes back to Walker? He looks for Brown, and then into the end zone he goes, and it's Tauranga who climbed for the football. What's up, James?
Yeah, like I saw the same thing as you. He was looking for Brown, but it went too high for Brown, straight over the top, and it was number 7, wasn't it? Perry who was open there. We're just checking, was everything good?
Well, we aren't witnessing the elation that you might expect.
So, yep, no, so it was a penalty against the Tamaki Lightning, so that was declined. Obviously, if you get a touchdown, you want to take that instead. So now, I'd imagine, we might see a 1-point try. 1 point will put them up by 6, which means they can't, a 6 for Tamaki will tie it, and an extra point will give them the lead. So it's probably the right thing to do here as opposed to going for 2. So Tauranga, they'll be pretty happy regardless. They've come back and taken the lead here.
31-26, looking for the extras here, and there's the intercept. It's been
well, that would have been
Collingwood.
Yeah, if he'd been able to return that would have been 2 points there for Tamaki, which actually would have then made it. Oh, I guess not really. There's no field goals. A touchdown's going to be the decider here. If Tamaki can go down, score before time runs out, they're down by 5 points at the moment. The touchdown will give them the lead if they do manage to do that.
There's Tamaki. It's all on the wire. It's a downtowner and just away too as the chase was on. And Trident survived that one. It wasn't too far away too because the chaser Baratuka was just millimetres away from collecting.
I feel like the ground's nice and wet. You want to dive for that. Like even if you know it's pretty far away, like you're probably not going to, rip your pants or make everything hurt yourself. You want to finish. It looks cool if you catch a diving catch as well. So second down, there's hardly anything as they're looking deep.
It's tough. Obviously, timeout from our perspective into the last 2 minutes, and we're in the referee's hands as far as the time is concerned. With work to be done is Sokai, and they'll push it out deliberately.
Yeah, that will stop the clock there.
It's done, and move forward to their third down. So there's a lot of strategy into play here at the back end of the game.
I think that is going to be my recommendation, to try and get a gigantic clock for us to see at least.
It's been really hot, this one. And a lot of fun to commentate on. Hope you're enjoying the action too here on Sky Next. As we see, Sokai's been so good today, and again, they'll run it out. And Charlie caught Kotai this time. Appealing for an indiscretion.
Well, yeah, I think it was both teams are like, hey, there was some contact there. I think classed as incidental there was the receiver and the DB just sort of didn't realise where the ball was going to. A little bit of contact, no one really hurt. Ball went out of bounds, well, caught and gone out of bounds. You can see how short that is there. It's about, 2 inches that they have to go to get a first down.
You've got a lot of basketball. You've seen this tactical play at the back end.
Well, I'm just surprised. Well, Tauronga's obviously worried about a touchdown, but yeah, you see there, first down, that stops the clock as well.
They're just inching their way forward, James.
Yeah, well, the key one there was to reset the downs. They were on 4th down and 2 inches, so needed to get over halfway. Wanted to do it as quickly as possible, and here we go. The game clock's going again. So this is where
there's a timeout's
been taken.
So Shiraz is coming in. Now, what will he be saying? The tactics here that will be employed. Some frustration from the Trident. Everyone's putting the one finger up, so I'm assuming that's 1 second or 1 minute.
I think it is 1 second remaining, yeah. So I was going to say, like, if there's 10 seconds, you may say, right, play one is this, and then we're got to get out of bounds. If we don't, it's over. But you've got 1 second, you've got one play. I think we're going to see the blitz from Tauranga. I'd probably have 2 quarterbacks if I was the Lightning here, just to buy yourself enough time, but well, actually, maybe not, because we've seen Sokai able to dance around and backwards and still have enough on the pass. I'm confident he's going to be able to throw it, from halfway all the way into the end zone.
But remember, the ball is slippery, and that's been one of the telling factors in the second half here in particular. It started off relatively dry. It's far from that now, and it's all come down to this. In our Youth Gold Cup final, it's the Lightning and the Trident. The latter up at the moment by 5. Can the Lightning come back? Will they seal the deal? Sokai with the football, nearly sacked, away from 1. There's the ball to the end goal. Tauranga knock it down, and Tauranga look as though they've won. They have indeed. It's Tauranga Trident who get the points here today. And what a game. I'm sure the referees have called the game.
Yeah, they have.
James.
Yep. No, it is game over. You see there, like, what a play there to knock that away. It was about half a yard from the end zone. Oh, there was a flag, and we're just saying there is no flag on the play. It is the game over. So you're exactly right. Tauranga 31-26. Just a fantastic game, back and forth and back and forth. We never had a team up by more than one touchdown against the other. And what a way to finish there. That was pretty exciting.
Well, Cameron Skilton was a young man on cloud nine. He was able to snuffle the play, and he knew it when he got between the ball and the receiver that he'd done the work that his coach, his parents, his teammates wanted from him, and he can hold his head high. In a wonderful game, Cameron Skilton. And hats off here to Tauranga Trident. 1 year in the competition, a big contingent here at the National Flag Football Finals, and they are over the moon as a flag football community. As we see the huddle in there, you know what it means to them. And hats off to Kevin Palalangi and all there from Tauranga One who came up to support this young team. They come away victorious. They are the Youth Gold Cup champions at the Football Flag Finals of 2022.
Yeah, no, I mean, Shiraz, you'll be disappointed that they lost, but you'll be happy that, you know, football was growing around New Zealand. You know, as you said, Tauranga has been in the competition for 1 year, and look what they've been able to achieve in that. Look how many people this is so meaningful to, and just fantastic fought game between these two teams.
Well, let's go down and we'll pick up some post-game thoughts from Quinn McCade, who's with our man on the ground, Brendan McGurk.
Cool. How good was that final play?
So good. Just good. Ups the Skittles for saving me there. I totally missed that last tag, but a win's a win.
Yeah, you absolutely balled out like both sides of the field, and we noticed that kind of when the rain came down in that second half, you guys kind of changed up your offense. Kind of what was the game plan there?
Really, we just have so many good runners in this team. It's just like you got so many options. It's just such a dangerous attacks. So yeah, running was just a really good option for us.
Cool. So for a club that's not even a year old, how big is this for you guys?
This is huge. I've only been playing for like maybe less than 2 months, and just it's just great. Like first big tournament, and it's just so good to get a win.
Cool. So we'll see you guys the next tournament next year.
Oh, totally.
Also, all good. Congratulations, and look forward for defending your victory.
Sweet. Thank you.
Have a good one, mate.
Yeah, that was just a wonderful game. And if you need an advertisement for this game of flag football, that was it. It had everything. It had agility. It had momentum changes. It had a whole lot of commitment, and certainly a celebration of our youth. James, that's what the game's all about.
No, it is. And like, you didn't even touch on the weather. We had we've got almost sunny weather now. We had bucketing down in that second half, and he touched on it a little bit there, how their strategy changed a little bit and, focused way more on the running game. But, yeah, just two really evenly matched teams, and that's what you expect, the game to go down to the final play. It was decided 1 yard short of the end zone there.
Fantastic, and really great opportunity to call some flag football with you too, James. I wish you could stay in the commentary position, but I hear you've got to go down and officiate.
Yeah, I'll go find out. Like, I think the weather's looking nice. I was going to see if it kept raining. I'd say I'm quite happy to stay up here for the next two games.
Well, let's hope you're able to join us too, because if that's what we're in for, friends, games of that nature, I hope you're able to stay with us. In the end, in the Gold Cup for our young people, our Youth Gold Cup, it's a 31-26 win. Trident from Tauranga beating the Tamaki Lightning. Hope you enjoyed the action here from the 2022 Flag Football Finals at Rongomai Park in South Auckland. Stick around, we've got more coming for you, but isn't that what sport is all about as we check out the images of young people who've given their all and in celebration mode. Great to have you along for the ride today. Thanks to all concerned. We'll join you for our next game, which is not too far away. Stay with us.
Heads is the call. It is heads. You've won the toss.
So are we choosing which way we're going?
You can choose which way you want to go, or you can choose to start with the ball.
We'll go that way.
You want to go that way? So you're starting with the ball. Wildcats going this way. 2 minutes. Let's have a good game, ladies.
Why are you
Sweet.
Well, kia ora, and thanks for staying with us here as we bring you the action from the football flag finals. And we've got the Papatoetoe Wildcats up against the Metro Lionesses Black Squad in this women's final. That'll be followed by our men's final as well. But gee, we've been treated to some good flag football, in particular by that youth game that just concluded. And wonderful scenes post-match as we are about to get underway. And Brendan's back in the chair. We'll be joined by James for the final in the men's. He's officiating in this game. It's the Wildcats who are underway. And it is Sia Mate who is really the guiding light here in strip number 11 here for the Wildcats, up against the Lionesses Black Squad this time around, Brendan.
Yeah, Metro Lions have kind of been the forefront of women's football in New Zealand, where they were the first time they kind of entered. They entered, I think, about 2 or 3 teams, and they've just been leading from the front, and they haven't looked back. So this should be a really good matchup.
You know, the game's a little bit slower with our women, but certainly that's taking nothing away from them. I mean, they've been even matched games, and the last one we witnessed was a down to the wire episode in its own right. Over the top here for Apulu, and she's reeled in by the Lionesses. Have made their way through to the final. Congratulations to them. And those of you at home, it's just really pleasing to have the opportunity to be part of a broadcast of a football flag. Unmarked over the far side too, so a nice take there by Danica Tupai. And they'll make their way towards the halfway line for the 4th down, I think it might be.
Yep, 4th down.
Yes, it is. So that's Tessa Peace, who has been really great throughout the course of the day. I think we might have our mic on down below. It's just a bit of an echo here at the moment as we see Peace. What are you looking forward to most about this one, Brendan?
I kind of want to see how Wildcats have grown from the semi-finals. They've adapted. They've probably seen how the boys are playing and said, all right, this is working. This has worked with the youth. Let's try copy that.
So it's Mato looking, but nobody clear over the far side of the field. Coming up in defence, trying to knock him back there, number 16.
Yep, knocked over Shanice Henry, number 41. Both just have the right to the ball, but Shanice fell to the ground.
So as the competition winds down, or the tournament winds down too, we know that there's been plenty of action, and your beloved Canterbury made their way into the final by the looks of things, Brendan.
Yeah, I'm quite chuffed.
Cut it out,
I've got to be quite unbiased about it, but I cannot wait.
Here's an intercept, and away they go, the Lionesses, roaring forward this time through Tash McPherson.
So that was a nice turnover for Tash McPherson, able to bring it back down to the 15, 16.
The head to be set. They play slightly different with the not through the legs pass up from the snapper through to the quarterback. That's taken by the number 2, which is Rosemary Tuatangaloa. Well, there's a place for people all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, I think it's just some people feel more comfortable going like to the side. It happens in the men's side too. It's just you've got guys that can do it. It's completely legal. You know, fly half just like they do out of the scrum.
Sure. There's the handoff, and that's some valuable yards also. You'll notice that we used the term, for those of you in NZ, the term yards. It's just that's the way it's referred to in the States, the home of American football, of course.
Yeah, sometimes math is hard.
Yeah, hey, I grew up with yards and feet, but I suppose like all of us have adapted to the metric. Even so, they refuse to budge, the Americans, don't they?
Yeah.
So a fairly simple little trade-off there from Taylor Lauanai. Lauanai is the surname. Her sister Courtney's in the squad too. Also making up the Lionesses, Tawave Puliai, Amorangi Ngata Atkins, Isabel Short Wilcox, Tasi Jeremiah, Tuatanga Loa Matiu, Matautia, McCarty McPherson. And for the Wildcats today, as we just stay momentarily with the quarterback. Good throw, good take as well.
Absolutely high pointed that ball. Absolutely clinical pass. That's exactly what you want to see.
That's Shona Matiu. And that was really classy work from Shona. Takes him out to 6. So it was the last gasp effort and victory here for the Wildcats when they lined up against the South Auckland Raiders a couple of hours ago now to get themselves into the final. But that's where we find ourselves now, in the final. Looking into the end zone, looking for the catcher. It's taken here, still with the flag and away from one, but not the second. Picked off by Lauanai and Siamate. Again, we saw her with the interesting play, shaping to pass, feigning to pass, and in the end running in to the end zone to actually secure victory for her Wildcats team against the Raiders to get them into this final.
I mean, every game today has been great, hasn't it? Right down to the last play.
Yeah, it has been. That's how the players like it, and that's hopefully how you like it at home. Also, Zapalu, just pretty conservative, short pass, but Ruth is able to pick up a couple of extra yards. They'll get their opportunity with the seconds down and about 7. Fakes the pass back to Apulu. Reading like a book, really. Picks up a yard, perhaps. Not much more.
No, it looks like they're just trying to create a bit of conflict and confusion just in that middle area, make defenders run into each other to get a free like 5-6 yard gain.
They're down to 10 here for the Wildcats. And we're away. Going long this time, and well, not too far away from the runner on the far side as well. It's around number 18. It's Elizabeth Antolo. I thought that Shanice Henry spoke really well too at the end. When you interviewed her at the end of the game, just talking about women's opportunities with flag football. She's an ex-spokesperson for Gridiron. And that's her with the football too, so showing some skill as well, Shanice.
Yeah, she's a massive advocate for women in sport, and yeah, absolute treasure. We can't say enough nice things about it, and the fact that she can catch a ball also helps too.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Did she get into the in goal?
No, her flag was pulled just short of the halfway mark, so it's a turnover.
The turnovers, of course, start from the 5-yard line. That's where we'll back it up here for the Metro line, it says. The Metro Club out of
Metro. Oh, sorry.
Mount Albert way.
Yeah, Mount Albert, yeah.
Metro Soccer, Metro Softball, I think they've got a club also there. So good to see them hosting also flag football.
Yeah, Metro Lions have a very, very good contract club too. They seem to be sending a lot of players overseas. One of their players, Jack O'Connor, was selected for the NFL International Players Pathway. And you've got a couple of their players also go at college levels over in the States.
Well, there you go. The pathways are there. And the talent scouts, well, some will be watching this material that we've put together today, and who knows what could happen. I mean, isn't it great to see some of our New Zealand-based athletes getting opportunities? I see Stephen Adams just signed another deal, pushing them past the 300 mil mark. Not everyone's going to get 300 mil, mind you.
No.
So just shaping now the Lionesses over the top, and that's intercepted. Good work.
Brilliant pick.
That's Christelle Vaomani. Plucks it out of the air and secures one for her team. So they'll get possession here. And opportunity about four or so yards inside enemy territory, so to speak. As Matai sets herself now to the right, feigns. There's Peace again. It's a good play. It's a copybook effort here from the Wildcats. They've utilised it time and time again through their last game and into this one as well. Set. On your marks. Set. Go. It's back to Apulu. Turns it over and then it's put down though. Mata, she doesn't make too many errors, or not as fundamental as the one that occurred just then. But it seemed fairly straightforward. They will get a chance to have another look at it. So with the ball, Henry. Apulu takes it to the left and then gets it onto Matai. Gets away from the first defender. Bit of contact over the far side.
Just a little bit.
Just a bit. And which way would the penalty go? I mean, talk us through that, please.
Well, it looked like the defender had, like...
Stationary.
Was stationary, therefore... Yeah. Yeah, stationary, so it's penalty on the offence, so back 5 yards from the spot of the foul.
Yeah.
I did just quickly do a mental check and like what the rule was.
Good clarification too.
We don't have James up here to instantly tell us.
Yeah, well, he was good in his knowledge of the rules, obviously spot on, and it was good to have him with us in that last game. He's going to join us for the final game, which is our men's, coming up shortly.
And that was a pick by Metro Lions. So turnover.
And a turnover. Just backing us up again, obviously, if you've just picked up on our broadcast today, it's been a pleasure to bring you the action. And alongside James Lissamam and Brendan McGurk, it's the New Zealand Flag Football Nationals, of course, with teams that have come in from all over the country, including Canterbury and Otago and Nelson and Wellington, Hutt Valley, Hawke's Bay, Hamilton, Tauranga, and of course the home city here of Auckland, New Zealand, for those who might be viewing outside of our country. Flag Football Nationals have been held since around 2015, but really got underway as a sport back in 2000, and it's played over 2 days. The current champions actually are the Metro Lions, but we also know that we're working towards a New Zealand Mako team that was going to play some regular games against the Australians. They've had a high performance camp, which they've whittled down to 30 players, and they'll get down to 15 before a travelling squad is named. And they're going to play every Anzac weekend at Amy Park, did you say?
Yeah, the park, not the actual stadium, but just this field beside it.
Cool.
Can't remember the name of it. I want to say it's Douglas Park or something like that.
Oh, well. And tell us about the game in Australia. Has it been going a long time?
No, so Grenada Australia is it seems to be a lot farther behind New Zealand when it comes to flags. So they've kind of leaned on us to say, hey, look, we need help getting started. You guys are doing the right things over here. Help us help you, kind of situation. So we'll work with them, and I mean, competition breeds competition. It creates better players, so we'll do that, and then it means that we'll probably be competing against them for a spot at the World Champs.
Yeah, well, they're always pretty good at running sports, aren't they, in Australia, the Aussies? Touch, tag, sort of thing. And of course, if you show them something, they nick it. Look at, showed them how to sing with Crowded House, and they nicked them. And
they took far lap.
They took far lap, showed them how to run.
Yeah. No, their big focus is on contact over there with men's and women's, and now they've realised, all right, we need to do flag.
They'll be good at it too. 6-0 scoreline here in the final of our women's. It's the Papatoetoe Wildcats, the Metro Lionesses Black squad for 2022. Looking back, and of course, wonderful victory, last minute victory as well. Our previous game here for the Tauranga Trident, 1 year old as a club, and have taken out the Gold Youth Cup. As we see the huddle here for the Lionesses. Their number 8 is delivering the ball. In fact, it's the 3 with a handoff here, Taylor.
Oh, nice little jet sweep.
And where are we here?
And turnover on downs. They didn't make it to that halfway mark.
Okay, well, there you go. Got to get to halfway with your 4 turns with the football.
Both teams are really good about marching down that field, but they're just struggling in that end zone.
So the teams are a bit dusty too. You know, you can understand it's been a long couple of days of flag, a lot of running. Not like just your normal one-game hit-out. This lady's been enormous for the Wildcats. Sia Mate. And we'll have the second down and 6 by the looks of things. Thanks to the New Zealand Community Trust. Sky, who are broadcasting these games through their Sky Next platform. And the TAB also chipping in to help this become a reality as Ruthie gets hold of the ball. Apelu. She's forward just a couple of yards as well, but valuable yards in the scheme of things.
Every little bit counts, mate.
So all clustered to the right side for Sia. Calling for the ball now. Little handoff to Peace. She's elusive and quick, but this time around her opponent goes downstairs, grabbing hold of that flag and holds her run.
Oh, looks like it's 4th and about 6 or 7. So they may want to just run that play again.
And we've got exactly the same play. Look out for Peace to skirt through. Bit of a slider, feint a pass, Apulu. And
Perfect.
Simple play, really straightforward play. Tash McPherson gets the flag. Just 3.5 to play in this first half. Low scoring encounter, which can happen sometimes. 6-0, just the 1 touchdown so far. Field holding up. Hats off to the officials who decided not to utilise this field at all yesterday. They were saying that their biggest problem was stopping people walking across it.
Yeah.
But of course, the toasted salmon shop's right underneath us, and so that's where they were all heading.
Yeah, yeah. When the line goes across the field, it's kind of tough, isn't it?
I reckon so. Did you live here in Auckland or down in Canterbury there, Brendan?
I'm down in Canterbury at the moment. So, yeah, busy. We're busy with football. So we've got our contact season, we've got our flag seasons, and we've got our youth juniors. So children under the age of 13 playing flag.
There's Mate. Bit of contact there also with McPherson, which will bring the officials in for adjudication. I'll have a little conflab about that as well, but it's still okay, and it's the Wildcats who will remain in possession. And again, I implore, if you'd like to know more about opportunities with flag football, New Zealand American football, you'll find them on nzaff.co.nz. Here's the restart. Apulu. Back to Mata in the pocket. Back to Apulu. Works her way forward, but backed off. And the defensive work by Pamela McCarty in jersey number 6.
So we are 4th down, so they need to get a score in the no-run zone.
In the no runs, a little bit away from us, that end zone. Back to Matai through the middle and threw it away from her teammate in the end. And so there will be a turnover as the defensive lineup comes on here for the Wildcats. And it'll be the Metro Lionesses will get it to work away from their 5-yard line. some of the personalities in the game that deserve a little bit of a mention, even if their teams might not have made the final there, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the women's team. You've got the Tamaki Lightning women. They're actually really, really good. So a lot of that team are partners of players in the contact and the flag sides. So they're kind of surrounded with it, and it's a big family. So they're a good club.
That's Rosemary Tuatangaloa, who perhaps even surprised herself somewhat, took receipt and then scooted down the left edge. And a good yardage gain for her, just short of where they want to be, which is second down. And about 23 perhaps. Into the pocket here. Taylor goes long, Taylor. And almost there, and taken! What's the call?
Tipped for a touchdown.
There you go. So we get another look. Here's Taylor. Hesitated for just a moment and gave the ball some air and able to hold on to it. And there the Metro Lions, well, that's a look of elation, isn't it, if you've ever seen one?
Oh, Rose is over the moon.
Nice work there. It's Rosa Matautea. And here is another look, seeing if they can convert. Is Taylor looking for a shot through the middle. Almost came off to the Amorangi Ngata Atkins, was well positioned, just couldn't quite reel it in herself.
I mean, they got the 6 points. That's probably the most important thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
they're
certainly.
up by 2 scores now.
Sure, 12-0. And what a nice finish that was too for young Rosa. And, good to see, as I say, the smile on her face. So it's the Wildcats who have the football now, down by 2 touchdowns and a 12-0 deficit for them. That's the lady they want to use a little more of, Peace. She's got plenty of pace, very elusive runner. This time around picked off. Second down and 8. Coming in from the far side, and 18, there's Dalo. Otherwise, it's the hugely experienced squad there of Henry, Apulu, and Matai. And there is the whole shot and the good run as well. Picked up well by Elizabeth Ann.
Cool, and Wildcats have taken a timeout.
So timeout. And of course, the American Gridiron seeing plenty on Sky Sport as well that you can watch day in and day out.
Yeah, ESPN is showing, I think, nearly every game potentially. And then you've also got available, NFL Game Pass where you can watch and subscribe and see any game you want, or you can do the all film or the red zone, which is great for fantasy football.
I like a lot of the documentaries that they make as well too.
Yeah,
Brendan, about American football.
They're
so passionate about it, the Americans, and they've just got the population to support the raucous crowds that gather whenever a game of football is held.
Yeah, there's no feeling like attending the game and just being absolutely all encompassed by it.
Little hold up onto Peace. Good diving effort too to stop Peace's run. She was looking to scoot around the outside.
Cool, there's flag on the field.
And that results in...
Looks like a 5-yard penalty. And I'm not sure if there's going to be a loss of downs or not.
Well, the Lionesses are well placed here. The Lion Brewery's just beside this park.
Cool, yep, so 5-yard penalty, loss of downs, so it's now 4th down. Oh no, 3rd down.
So 3rd down here for the Papatoetoe Wildcats. Up by 2 touchdowns. It's 12-0. Henry. And Shanice is taken out. Well, it's about the 15. So this is the 4th down for the Wildcats. They'll be wanting to do something with the football. And that is the halftime break.
Yep.
And up by 2. So they'll be pretty satisfied with their work at the moment.
Yeah, they've been able to shut out Wildcats, and it hasn't been exactly a difficult thing. I don't see Metro Lions kind of changing their game plan up into the second half, but I do potentially see the Wildcats doing a bit more, I guess, downfield passing rather than the little chip and dump plays that they've been doing currently.
Yeah, and of course the Metro Lionesses, well, they've had the benefit of some really solid runners getting into good positions, getting good field position, so that they can receive the football. And of course with Taylor throwing accurately, that's what's got them in the lead here in the women's final. So plenty of cordial from the coaching staff, as you can see here for the Wildcats. They've only got 20 minutes to play here in the tournament, and a chance for them to do something real special.
That's anyone's game still. They can still come back. We saw how fast points were being scored in every other game.
Yeah, that's exactly right too. So is it James out there officiating?
Yeah, he's the one calling a solid game. I haven't heard seen any of the refs complain about any of his calls, so he obviously knows what he's doing.
Well, everyone's pretty down to earth in their attitude here. Tell us about the Canterbury men. I know that there's some concern about getting to the final because they've got planes to catch, maybe yourself included.
Oh, I'm a bit more organised. I caught a slightly later flight. No, they all kind of booked flights, and I don't think they expected to get this far. So they've outperformed their own expectations.
Oh, well, you can always change your flights.
Yeah, it depends if they're available too anyway. I don't think they want to stay in Auckland. You know, Cantabrians don't like Auckland.
Yes, I know they don't like Auckland. Hey, but we like Canterbury. I like going down there to the Garden City.
It's nice and flat.
Yeah, well, I'm from Ashburton, really.
Oh, yeah.
That's where our fans is from, the old man. So we're about to get underway the second half here. A big weekend. And like I say, as we've been touching on all day, yesterday was just a horror show as far as the weather was concerned. They even had to cancel a couple of games late in the afternoon, early evening yesterday. But we're all good to go here now, and so pleased that we've been able to get our games in today. And we've been treated to a few really good games too. So what's going to happen here in the last 20 in the women's final as belts are adjusted? And as you can see, once again reminding you just the wind factor is certainly behind the Wildcats. So if they're looking to get some throws in, some deep throws, they're at the right end of the ground to do so. So we're on the 5 minutes with Amor, that's Amorangi, about to get us underway. The Lionesses up by 12. Looking for the throws, Taylor. She decides to go herself, and that's easy, isn't it?
Yeah, she's not allowed to run past the line of scrimmage. She hadn't passed the ball off.
Well, that was a good point to make too.
Yeah.
Oh, how come she didn't recognise that, do you think?
I think she was just like, right, I've got space, I've got time to make a play. I'll do it.
So there you go. If you're just watching it for the very first time, the quarterback's not allowed to go past the line of scrimmage. So it's just a bit of a fundamental error. They still will have possession though.
Yeah, it's just a mistake you make once and you won't make again.
And as the referee, he's looking at his watch. So about to go again.
There we go.
Now, aren't they? Taylor, downtown, there's options. And this time she's being sacked.
No. They, if you're a little bit, they did a double pass straight through, which means she was allowed to pass the line of scrimmage. Yeah.
My apologies.
Well, you're learning.
Very much so.
It's all trick. It's all trickery. It's sleight of hand.
Okay.
It's like a magician.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, there's quite a bit to take in. And I do apologise in advance for the things I'm getting wrong. What I will say is I've been really enjoying it. So that's part of the main thing. And another beauty take as well.
Beautiful catch.
Rosa Matautea, again, showing just what a value she is here for the Lionesses' attack. She injured herself slightly, but hey, when she looked at the yardage that she was able to secure for her team, it might just be the tonic for the troops and the slight injury that she received in the run. She's on the right side this time again. Will they look her up again? That's the question. Rose is there, breaking right. And just a little pass off as well. Some good work. Picked up there by Rosemary Tutaloa. They're well in control, it feels, at the moment, the Lionesses, though. Not panicking.
Yeah, they're not panicking. They're not just taking shots downfield. They're being smart, taking those small plays just down, like those short passes, and just getting quick little gains. It's really smart football by them.
Is Amorangi to deliver up here. Lauane. Options, looking, and then throwing, but it's Peace who intercepts, and Peace has done this before. She's away from one. Can't get away from Rosa on the chase, though. There's the value of some fresh legs and pace. And Rosa was there to stop the threat that Tessa Peace posed there. And Matau Tia, she's had a standout effort here on attack for the Lionesses. Little pass forward, Apulu once again. Put some big minutes, Apulu. She's got a good understanding too with her quarterback at the back there. Matai, Sia. They'll be wanting to score, and soon too, because we're down to 16 to play here in the second half. This is the women's final. They forced their way into the final. The Papatoetoe Wildcats with the last gasp victory. That was over the South Auckland Raiders a couple of hours back. And just awaiting the referee's call here.
Yep, no, Shanice is just putting the flag on. They're just controlling the pace of the game. Yeah, I'm just wanting to see more shots downfield from Papatoetoe.
It's much harder to pop over the top for Peace. And, that's easily read. Some apologies too. As the number 16 gets to her feet. They haven't got her listed 16.
So this is 4th down, and now they've only got 5 yards to go, so they can easily just... It looks like they're just doing small chunk plays to drive down and try to get those penalties to get them first sets of downs.
Over the top, and Blue takes it nicely too. So that's all that they needed to do, is get themselves another opportunity in possession. And Pulu was there, and the combo that she's got with her quarterback is well established. And Apulu goes forward again, finding Peace, almost slides through, but moving in to make sure that that tag or flag is down was McCarty.
Yeah, I think it actually looks like Papatoetoe, the Wildcats, what they're doing is they're just building up the same play, and they're trying to draw that Metro Lions in, and then they'll just do a play action and dump it over top for the easy one. But what we're seeing is safety at the back. They're almost playing a 3-1-1 defense, which means that just can't work. So it's being shut down.
And an intercept. Well, not an intercept so much as a
pass
back
back
down.
Yeah.
It's again, it was a simple pass from Sia to her reliable Apulu ally in the attack here for Papatoetoe. Shanice will deliver back up here to Apulu. He passes on to Matai.
Oh,
and, that was quite heavy contact.
Heavy
as it
contact.
Turned out. 23's Courtney Lauane.
Yeah, so she's just playing that kind of single high safety type of role. So she's just over the top as that nice little safety blanket for the front 4 girls. Cool. So that's intentionally running into the defense. So even the defender was based, ran into them, therefore it's a penalty on the offense. So it's a penalty and then it's a loss of downs. So now they've got, looks like 23 yards to get to the end zone on this attempt.
So what's on this play? Let's go. Here we go. Matai this time. Pressure on, charging in to put that pressure on. There's an intercept. And some celebrations too for the Lionesses. That's actually what they were after all along. And it was very nicely secured also.
Yeah. This goal line defense from both teams is really, really good. Neither team's scoring.
And Tash McPherson's been right there. And this time around was able to just get right in between the line that Matai was utilising to pick up a runner down the right edge. A couple of changes on attack too for the Wildcats. Natalia Peru makes her way in. And resting Shanice Henry on the far side. And now their defensive lineup is in there. Apulu stays into the mix. Here's the flyer down the right edge. And Apulu does really well to come across and deflag the hard-running Rosa Matautia.
Yeah, that was the perfect play. The defence, what the Wildcats have done previously is they've usually played about 5 yards back. Now what they're doing, they're actually playing right up at that line of scrimmage to kind of put pressure on those receivers and that centre and try and make them do a false start or just try to put them off. But what Metro are actually doing quite good is they're actually just doing sweeps and just pulling away from the rest of the team, which is what happened on that last play.
Still 12-0 scoreline. It's the women in black who are leading the red squad, so to speak. And once again, just a conservative effort and pushing through their Tuatangaloa.
Yeah, that nice little just underneath pass, didn't throw it deep, just get nice pocket change and you get a first down over halfway.
And, well, you know, pocket change can win the lotto.
Yeah.
Also, big ups to all of the teams who have made their way through to finals day today. And they'll be pretty relieved. There'll be some sore old bones going forward tonight, I'd have to think, as Tuatangaloa gets there once again under pressure by Pulu. And these two high-five it, which is again indicative of the mood within the code, if you will. I'm looking at Wellington warming up on the far side, so says that they'll be looking forward to the Wolves getting into the action.
Yep.
Wolves Canterbury final, is it?
Yeah.
Coming up.
Canterbury Wellington final.
Well, surprising. You expect the Auckland teams to be there or thereabouts. And this time, not too far away from where she wanted to be, Taylor Loanai. She's had a good game directing the traffic.
Yeah, she's been really, really good, hasn't she? And she's just been methodical. She's just taking smart passes, and she's not taking too many risks, and it's paying off.
Here she goes once again.
Cool, false start. Cool, so that's what they're doing. So they're lining up right over top of them, and it's causing that type of issues. It's just a 5-yard penalty, false start.
Good to have Brendan with us, of course, team manager for the Mako. That's the national squad, as we see once again here. Metro, building, looking, what the pass, here it comes, it's the big one, it's taken superbly in the end goal. And it's Rosemary Tuatangaloa who was there to receive. I thought for a moment, where's this one going? She held the pass, held it, and then ripped it into the end zone, and now they get a chance to convert. That pushes it out to 18. She's pretty happy with her work, as she should be too, Rosemary. That's a big effort too.
And they're going for 2.
Now, aren't they satisfied that they can pick up the 2? They'll be looking for 20 if they can get this one. In they go. Everyone's there waiting. Where are you going? Where are you going? And that's been intercepted. Away they run. This time it's Apulu who has the ball, and she's been great today. I've got a lot of time for Ruth. She's got a big engine out there too, and she stays on attack or defence. She's really among her and Matai the heart and soul of this Wildcats lineup.
Yeah, she seems to just be all over the field everywhere. You could put her as a receiver, put her throw her as quarterback if she wanted.
Well, half the time she plays as a pseudo quarterback, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Really? But gee, they've got work to do here now. Down 18-0. So here's the restart. Handoff to Peace. Tessa with that familiar angled run. Again, the Lionesses have done their homework on Tessa's run. She hasn't been as effective or as potent in this match as she was in the last.
Yeah.
I think, like I say, I think they've studied the lines she tends to run She utilises it again, but only gets a couple of yards. Perhaps beneficial for the Wildcats. I'm not knocking that. But she can find some space. She can really move.
Yeah, I think that's probably what they're banking on, is that ability for a missed flag pull or something like that to actually, get that pull and get that big chunk play just based off the run, rather than then relying on the passing game, which they just not seem to be doing. But they are utilising that whole Kiwi kind of touch and the passing the ball backwards in the laterals, which is probably what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, well, they've got to get moving soon, don't they? I'm looking at the clock, 7:22 to play here. And they're down by 3 touchdowns, so they need to score, and they need to score soon. Well, let's see if they can conjure up something different. At the moment, their attacking formula seems somewhat predictable. That's understandable, too, at the stage of the tournament. But, sadly, sometimes you need to save something for that final. And if you dish it all out in the semi or in the preceding days and you've got no gas left at the back end, it can be your undoing. But we'll wait and see. Stranger things have happened. There's Peace, as I say, and Tessa has it initially.
Yep, and there we go. They've just been playing that run, and then they're able to bite off that giant chunk play.
And it's Courtney who makes the D-flag as well.
Yeah, that single high safety came down, made that stop. It could have been a lot worse, but I think she may have a penalty on how she did that flag pull.
Well, if anything, it looked for a moment like the...
No flag on the play, waved off. If in doubt, throw a flag and then you can pick it up.
So here we are now. The first down, good chance here. And they've got to utilise it this time, the Wildcats. Ruapulu. Here comes Matai. Flag down. Good D. I'd like to credit the player, but we haven't got it listed here in 16. Let's just say, sis in 16, you're done big. Well, there we go. Naya, is it? Yep, it is. Or Netta. One or t'other. Matai over the top. Oh, no, almost there. But Courtney Laanai has done some good work once again. Courtney's been really excellent down in this corner.
Yeah, she's just
a couple of times she's done that.
Yeah, she's just been shutting down all those big plays. Anytime there's a big chunk play down there, she's right there to stop it.
So back to the drawing board we go here. Still 18-0. But now it's the clock that's the enemy and not just their opponents. Back to Sia. Sia has a good look around. Chase down, speculator. Tessa Peace is there. She takes it in the end zone. And that's a 6-pointer here and a timely one as well. Well, don't give up just yet. The red team could be coming back on us. They can score fast. And Tessa Peace finds herself in some space, and now they huddle up to see what they can do as well. You're watching Sky Next, and this is the New Zealand flag football finals from Rongomai Park in South Auckland. Here we go for the conversion. Into the end zone they both go. Over the top it comes to Shanice.
And just short.
Just short as well. So there's the restart here. The Lionesses will get possession. And the changing of the guard, of course, for the Wildcats.
I think that's just the boost the Wildcats needed. They know they can score. They don't have that fear of they're going a nil score. They know they can pass. They know their passing works, so they probably feel like they can take more risks now. Let's make the Lions safety choose what direction and pick, and they'll throw it to the other player.
Back it comes now. The handoff around the outside. You're trying to use some speed here, and there's plenty of it. Down goes the number 5. That's Shona Matsu. She was enjoying herself in flight, though, I must admit. Beaming smile as she streaked away from 1, then 2. In the end, she almost tripped over her shoelaces and hit the deck.
Yeah, the attitudes with the women's games are a lot different to the men's games we've seen, haven't we? There'll probably be a little bit of swearing on the field, a little less smiling, more anger.
Well, we're sort of buffered from that somewhat. That's a nice little handoff as well. And there, I thought it was going to be a sacking, but it's not to be. Certainly some spinning and some running from Taylor. Eventually she shut down, but she used the old pirouette And the turnstile effort to good effect on her run.
Yeah, just spin. She didn't get flag guard either, which was great. A lot of times when you spin, you usually have your hands down, you're protecting yourself, and it puts yourself in harm.
I mean, it's just waiting. That's going to be a doozy too. That we wanted to get on the track pretty quickly, I guess, after this game. As we see the run down the left edge by the number 1, who's been superb today. That's Rosa Matautia. And wanting the football now is going to be the Papatoetoe Wildcats. They need the pill, and they need it soon. If they're to come back here, down by 12. Deep into the second half here in the women's final. To the back, Taylor's got it here. There we go, look, and then ducks away from one, gets the ball away. Oh, well, there's not much in that as well, but obviously she was deflagged. It's a matter of timing now as the referees adjudicate. Your thoughts, please?
I'm going to say that the ball was released before she got sacked. Usually what a ref will do is they will look at the ball and then the flag, and if something's happened within that short period of time, they'll use their judgment. Similar to with a play clock, you look at the play clock and then you look back at the quarterback, and if the ball hasn't left, delay a game.
Back we come. Just okay with time. They don't need to do too much. They're up on the board and they just need to maintain possession. Get through what they need to get done. As the clock counts down, they can feel that they've got one hand on the trophy.
Till the whistle's blown, the game's not over, mate. You know,
yeah, certainly. Just never out of it. Yeah, I know what you're saying here. Don't pop the champagne corks too early. Absolutely. Holding it up, and there's the shot through the middle, but Rosa couldn't hold it this time. Yeah. Again, not far off, but you know, tiring somewhat. Say the same in the commentary position.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit hoarse, but I'll be hoarse by the end of the next game. No, it was good. It was good to see like a lot of running traffic in the ends, and you got a lot of crossing routes. So you're kind of making people kind of doubt themselves, thinking, "Oh, look, I don't want to run into someone," and they come up and you get a little bit of space.
There's the handoff. There's the lady that could do it too, Tessa Peace. So we're up here to the second down now. So mate James over there, you can see him in shot. Looking rather official on the far side on the 10. And it's that's a copybook play here for the Wildcats, isn't it?
Yep.
Back to Ruthie.
Yep, no, exact same play every single time. They're just trying to bring those players down, and then they might just keep it and just throw it over top.
So Mata, can she conjure up something as she did last time around? She's looking for the runner. There's Peace there. She takes it in. Tessa, can she get away? And it's Courtney who is across to snuffle the run down the right flank. And Courtney Laane has put on some really good defensive efforts here for the Lionesses in the final.
Yeah, she's not getting fooled by that play. She knows what's happening. She's playing really smart defensive football. 3,
maybe 4 into the end zone. So there's one that they've managed to pick up. Beautifully secured by Elizabeth Antallor, who has been there or thereabouts, but this time she secures the prize. And so now just the one touchdown away from levelling it up, although they still have an opportunity to convert here, and we'll give it a shake. From the 12, looking for the 2. Back it comes to Matai. Where's the hole? It's Matai, retrieves, has another go. There's Peace.
Yeah, she can't throw the ball twice once she catches it. So once the ball's been thrown once, she can't throw it again. So the moment that she tried to throw it, the play was dead.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Come on.
But it would have been so good.
Oh, well, hey.
Yep.
You know, if the ref wasn't looking, mind you, there's about 5 refs around the field. She thought she might have been able to pull the Swifty.
Yeah, so it's a 6-point game. So if Metro do not get points on this drive, Wildcats can come down and with a converted touchdown, take that game. So,
well, it's there. It's still there, is what Brendan is suggesting.
Yeah.
So let's watch how they pan out in these 4 downs at their disposal. Well, there's the first run from young Rosa. Again, has been consistent, providing them with some stimulus at times when it was greatly needed. And that's it.
That's it.
That's it. It's been called. And it is the Metro Lionesses Black who win the women's section here at the finals day at Rongomai Park. They win this one 18-12 against the Papatoetoe Wildcats. Well, I'm taking my hat off here to Taylor Luanai and her sister, I'm assuming. Courtney could be a cousin, mind you. And they were excellent there today. Rosemary Tuatanga-Law put in a big effort, and Rosa Matautia also. Tash McPherson was pretty good there this afternoon. What we can say is that they've worked hard to get to the final, and they come away with the victory. And that'll be hugely satisfying for them, because this 2 days of action has been very grueling, tough ask on each and every player. For the Wildcats, well, you've got to acknowledge the work there today of Rutha Pulu, who was there on attack and defence, literally outstanding. And Siamatai took a lot of it on herself at the back there as the quarterback to try and steer the ship around. In the end, they couldn't come up with the win at the back end, and they lose it by just the 1 touchdown, but they can certainly hold their heads high. Other great performance there in their effort. Tessa Peace in the number 9 was outstanding and never ever gave up. And Elizabeth Antalo also was exceptional with some of the work that she was able to put together. And I take my hat off as well to Shanice Henry, great ambassador for the women's game. And congratulations to all concerned. But there can only be one winner here in flag football finals. And today we acknowledge the Metro Lionesses Black. Let's go down to Brendan, who's got Taylor Luanai. And they are down on the track celebrating the victory. Over to you now, please, Brendan. They'll be ready for us in just a moment. So, Brendan, I think we're about ready to come across to you now. Here's Brendan with Taylor, who played such a strong hand in that game today.
Cool. Hey, congratulations on the first win for Metro as a women's program. What does this mean for you girls?
Well, this is our first championship that we've ever won, flag and contact, so this is like shocking for us, but outstanding from the girls, so proud, yeah.
Cool. So the Metro men's got one last year, you girls have got one this year. What's for the next nationals?
Oh, hopefully the same, both of us, but the same.
All right, I'll let you go celebrate with the
Thank
girls.
you.
We'll see you next tournament.
Cheers, thanks.
See you later.
Well, congratulations to the Metro Lionesses Black squad. They're the winners of the women's division over the Papatoetoe Wildcats. Just one in it. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the men's final. It's not too far away here as we celebrate flag football finals coming up. It's Canterbury up against the Wellington Wolves. They'll be with us in a little while here on finals day. We'll take a break and be back soon.
We good? I need a thumbs up. Are we good? All right, we're good.
Thumbs up, lovely. Hey guys, Wellington, AFC, welcome to the Men's Championship Finals. This is the gold medal game. This is what everything's been for this weekend. Wellington as the home team, Canterbury as the away team. You guys get to call. This is the coin. Heads, tails. I'll have you call before.
Tails.
Tails? It's tails. Do you want offense? You want offense first half? What direction do you want?
We'll attack that way first, please.
Lovely. Cool.
Thank you.
Canterbury starting with the ball.
And we're underway here with the men's final. This is going to be hot action here because these two teams, well, let's face it, they've come here to play. They've come here to take the title away. And so it's Canterbury playing in the red, and they'll be running right to left here in the final. Yep. What we do know is that the Wolves here have got some real pace, some real skill, and it's going to be a cracker of a final here to determine who the men's champion is for the 2022 New Zealand Football Flag Finals. And great to have James in with us once again. James, what are you looking forward to most about this one?
I've been fortunate enough to do 2 of the Wolves games, so they're like a pretty balanced team. And then obviously the Canterbury guys, I haven't seen them play. Well, I've seen half the game here over the tournament, but I am familiar with sort of the strategy they have. Quite often they'll do that double pass back. So you see Brad Fraser just to the right there. Paul Lawrence often does the side snap and back to Daniel Toms, which just gives them so many options. And there's just a regular drop back and pass here.
Beautiful and well collected as well. So snappy from the quarterback.
No, the signal there out of bounds. So yeah, it looked like a fantastic catch to us, but I guess we can't really see the sideline that well. And I can see some rain coming down, which means I had the perfect game, which hardly rained for us.
And fair enough. Good to have you along too in the final, James. Yeah, well, the rain will just change strategy somewhat. They've had a big weekend of flag football, and now we come down to the wire here as the men. It's a fast-paced effort, and it's picked up here. So Wellington celebrating.
Yeah, mental error there. Fife Toto just dropping his knee down as he caught that pass. Unfortunately for him, that blows the play dead short of the sticks, and it will be a turnover on downs. Wolves get the first option to come back and try to get points on the board.
Well, we know that that's Betty in the mix here, and of course Te Hiki at the back also, Jason Te Huki.
Yeah, Jackson's the big, he's the dude that keeps them, the right sort of frame of mind. He's their quarterback, which is what you expect. And he doesn't get super upset. Like, he's pretty good at motivating his players to play well out there on the field.
Yeah, well, Jackson, he's the man who'll steer it around. And that's put down by Tuke Betty. Just a short effort there and couldn't reel it in. Like I say, the rain's going to be just a bit of a leveler here in the final. But there were certainly big celebrations as well earlier in the day. And though we wanted to go back to the capital today with the big W beside their name, Connie Vaka was fantastic in that first game. And Ariel Metakingi, also Isaiah Lolu, will have been excellent. This is Metakingi down the right.
And here, yeah, we have a flag there. I think this will be on the offense here. Defensive player looked like he was stationary. We do just have to see. No, that's exactly what it is. Referee call is the defender was there, had right of place first. You have to avoid the defenders if you are the player on offense. That's exactly what did not happen there when he ran straight into him, bumped him off.
And that ends up being a loss of down and a loss of 10 yards as well.
Okay, well, we've got... he pinned himself in, Dan Thompson, didn't he? Just sort of, he knows his way around the track. As we see Tahuki setting himself here. Looking, held up, gets it on to Tuki. And he does the dipping run as well, the big guy too. So, well, better than many would expect.
Yeah, he's a lot faster than you think. He has very, very sure hands. He tends to be Jackson's sort of security blanket there, almost like, well, he's pretty much the frame for a tight end, maybe not as tall as you'd normally have one. But if Jackson will tend to look deep. If he's not there, he'll look for his man underneath, and he's got very, very sure hands and, really good at moving his hips, avoiding the defenders there.
So we've got the Lawrence boys in the mix here. As we see Tahuki once again under some pressure and trying to pick up Metakingi once again, but Ariel just... not quite where he needed to be for the quarterback to deliver.
Yeah, so a turnover on downs. Both teams struggling to move the ball consistently here. Opening drives for each of them.
Anthony Stevens into the defensive lineup here. Also welcome onto the field Colin Whitten. Connie stays there. Also Declan Anderson is there. And for Canterbury, Dan Thompson is the quarterback now on their 5. First down, no score in the final so far. Thompson's got plenty of pace.
He does. It looked like they had him shut down perfectly there, but still able to get probably another 5 or 6 yards over what he realistically would have expected there.
Paul Lawrence in the offensive lineup too for Canterbury. Surprised themselves somewhat with their success seemingly so far today. Fergus Murray is in 6. He's on the right edge.
Yeah, he's a bit of a burner, so anytime they want to look deep, he's probably going to be the primary target there.
Little handoff, and the dipping round, it picked up easily too from Murray. He tries to come through.
Yes, a third down, both teams, this is what you expect, right? The final, you want the two teams to be even, and you expect it to be, a pretty tough match, and that's what we've had for the majority of the final games on this field today.
Gee, the youth final was excellent when we watched that a couple of games ago, and of course the Lionesses from Metro too strong, and that little effort too.
You see Brad Fraser and Paul Lawrence there helping out, joining the Team Zebra crew as well, signalling first down as well.
Well, they wouldn't be the first athletes to try and officiate the game whilst playing, so no surprise as well. Canterburyans like to blow the whistle, don't they, Brendan?
Oh, we play fair.
Tell us a little more about these guys as we roll through. For those unfamiliar with a few of the players, obviously Thompson at the back knows his way around the track.
Yeah, Dan Thompson's a bit of a utility player. He's a really good quarterback, but when he gets open in space, he can actually make people miss. So he's really good at that dual quarterback option. You've got Brad Fraser lined up just on the right-hand side of Paul. So he's actually the quarterback coach and quality control for the men's HPU unit for the New Zealand Marco.
So he should be targeted about 15 times per half. And there's great defence here. We said have a look for Fergus Murray. If they look for a deep shot, it would likely be to him. Wolves right on top of that. Who was there? That was number 0 saying there's no completions down here in the end zone.
Yeah, Declan Anderson's been good all through the tournament. In the semi-final, he was hot as well as he celebrates there with Connie Vaka.
Yeah, Fergus was asking for that flag for unsportsmanlike conduct, but all the refs had their backs turned, so nothing happened.
Yeah, there might have been something in the request. He's a bit excited, maybe overly excited. The hookie.
Good flag there. Yeah, the unsportsmanlike conduct, it would still be after the turnover anyway, so it would have been instead of first and half from the 5, first and half from the 2.5. So not a, it is where unsportsmanlike conduct 2 and you're ejected from the game would be the main thing there.
So here's Tahuki, little shimmy, and then, a conservative run down the right side. And again, no problem at all for Tane Takuri.
Yeah, and you said Conrad Vaka, he's one of the guys to watch them. He's not the fastest guy I've seen, but he is pretty close to the fastest. and he is super shifty whenever he gets the ball in space. And he enjoys having a bit of celebrations if he's got space to get into the end zone away from anyone.
Well, he sacked the QB, I think it was 4 times, wasn't it, last time, Brendan?
Yeah, it was 4 times. As absolutely pest in the backfield.
Yeah, absolutely was. He had plenty of wheels. And I really liked the last time that we seen the Wolves hit out Ariel Metakingi and also Isaiah Lolu. They've got a ton of pace and they run really good lines. And so here we are once again. And even the big guys provided a lot of support. This is Tuki Betty. As we see Vaka shifting, shuffling, just keeping his opponents in 2 minds, going long, too long though. But it was a big, big effort. Not too far away when you're in the scheme of things though.
Yeah, no, it looked like he had if he'd thrown it a little bit shorter, might have had a chance, but then the safety was coming across. Possibly could have been picked, so probably not a bad thing to just throw it a bit harder and deeper than you super accurate. Hopefully your guy can make a crazy play, but like that, if it doesn't, it just ends up being out of bounds.
Well, there was a bit of wind that was at the backs, beautifully taken again too by Tali. And there's no love lost here between these two squads. A little bit of niggle out there. And,
yeah, I'm trying to decide, do they like each other and this is all in good fun, or is there not? What do you think, Brendan? You might know a little bit more.
Dan Thompson has a very good ability to get under people's skin, and he'll be using that to his advantage.
Yeah, they just might not like moustaches.
Well, we did have a personal foul there against Canterbury, so the catch will be made. It will be an automatic first down and half the distance to the goal as well. So the down marker is still saying, oh, there we go. I can see they're just saying to get that changed over to 1 as well. There it is.
So over to 1. Here we go. The Wolves in good field position. As we say, no love lost, it would seem. Into the end zone, but that eludes the hard-running Taulu. Or Laulu, I should say, Isaiah.
Yeah, again, not a bad thing. Like, you're looking for the back of the end zone, so if it's not completed, it's probably going to be an incomplete pass as opposed to risking a turnover there.
Yeah, you see Jackson, he's forcing it into those back corners where he should kind of be lobbing it.
But he tends to look pretty relaxed, but then as soon as there's pressure, he's really good at moving. You see that.
Dancing. Laulu's there. Laulu is in there and the Wolves howl.
Yeah, I think that's to Hookie there, just calm in the pocket, and where the pocket would be, just evading the rush, moving his hips, and then resetting and just threw a strike there, right on the money. First blood for the Wolves. I think it's because they got a cool name, Brendan, AFC flag. I think you need some work to do there.
It's all about the everyman, mate. We don't need a mascot.
Okay.
The AFC flag. Here we go. Looking for the extras.
And it is good there. There is appealing for contact again. That is not easy to officiate when you're the ball hasn't been caught, so as soon as it's caught, and that was their tight end, we're going to call him number 12. That was Tuki Betty we've got. So yeah, that's the hardest call to make as an official. Whose fault was that contact? Most of the time you'll probably just say, I think it was incidental. We'll just get the score updated for you at home as well. So 6-0 to the Wolves. 7-0, sorry.
That 1 point could be an important point too. At game's end. Back it comes to Thompson. On the step and the spin. He's going well. And he's away. He's flying. And eventually it's Laulu who gets him just a few metres away, or a few yards away from the end zone. Croker, what a good run.
That shows how dangerous Dan Thompson is if he can get some space. He was tightrope walking down that line, and he was able to make a lot of people miss.
Yeah, so first and goal here from the 6. They can go to their 2 quarterback set. Doesn't look like they are based on their alignment here.
Here's a look. Thompson. Oh, nice little pass through, and toying with the idea that the ref's going to come with him.
Do you see that And, anytime you see Mahomes or someone make a pass that's just amazing. An underhand, spiral pass for here. We're like, oh, yeah, that's,
It's normal. And that's, I think, New Zealand's advantage on the world stage.
Yeah, it takes years and years for Americans, just to get used to that, reaction and sort of stuff, whereas we can do that straight away. It's backwards pass, the second
Thompson
one.
Going. Connie will get him, though. Connie comes to Dan Thompson.
Yeah, it was the no running zone. I mean, they are allowed to do that, but they can't gain any positive yards from it. So you almost want to be Thompson there just throwing it up if you've got a chance for someone, but throw it near the back of the end zone. Well, if he thought it's pretty risky, you might as well just take the minimal loss there. 3rd and goal now from about the 2.5.
It's Canterbury, down by 7. Big opportunity for them from close range. Thompson looking, steadying, breaks right. And once again, we see the deadly skills of Connie Vaka. Gets out and gets the flag, and the quarterback looks up, a little bit of embarrassment on his face.
Yeah, I think you can see there, looking at his thumb and the ball, there's something a bit slippy. Yeah, they're getting a ball switched out here. I mean, the silver lining, they're outside the no running zone, so now can utilise their entire playbook. They are, a lot further, so it takes a bit more time. And when you've got Conrad Varka chasing you down, your time can get pretty short pretty quickly.
This time for Thompson. It's fast, it's furious, but ultimately unsuccessful.
Yeah, so again, Anderson, he's got an interception in the end zone. This time he breaks up the 4th down pass attempt. Wolves still on top 7-0 here.
Declan Anderson has really proven his worth, hasn't he, Brendan?
Yeah, he's really, he's improved his stock in just New Zealand football. He was always good, but right now on the big moments, he's shown that he can deliver.
So back now for Jackson Tuhuki. He's steadying himself and just away, but it's ended up in the hands of Dan Thompson.
So yeah, momentum shifter, immediately one play. We're going to take this right back, and AFC would be feeling pretty good now. We're going to score this time. We've got to just knock out those 2 mistakes we made last drive. Well, 3, I guess. This time get some points on the board.
It's looking like Charlie Jew isn't actually playing in this game. So he's a named player, but he's actually not dressed.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dan Thompson's playing like he's 2 players.
Yeah.
Because he's just got a lot of fizz about him, hasn't he? And like him or not, because as you say, he looks the sort of player who does get under opponent's skin. He's got a whole lot of talent, hasn't he? He's fast, he's unpredictable, and he's got a great throwing arm. I mean, look at this. Not too far away. Yeah. And look at the hurdling.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what. The
spectators were I see this guy coming full speed at me, but everything's going to be fine, and they were right. He did manage to clear them in one jump. But yeah, they are moving their chairs now, saying actually maybe this is not the best spot to be at. Well, one of them's moved a bit further away.
They've created a channel there anyway, but that was it could have been. Oh, let's have a look. Yeah. Let's see. So here it comes. You don't see that too often. Come on.
So second down, here's Thompson setting, and he's going...
Oh, beautiful. Oh, well, I thought for a moment it was beautiful. The Toto.
Yeah, Fife, and his name there, his father gave it. I was like, oh, like the rapper? And he's like, yeah, it is actually. That's what my father named me after.
Well.
His dad's a pretty handy guy. He played some, pick-up flag with me when he was over 50. So it was Fife and his dad playing, and... Fife was a little bit better, but his dad was definitely pretty good for his... So yeah, if AFC can get a Masters one, we may have some pretty good talent to pick from.
Yeah, give it 2 more years. Most of this team will be in Masters.
Third down, here it comes, Thompson. Boom! Beautiful delivery out wide to Brad Fraser.
Yeah, so with Charlie Dew not... he's in his jacket on the sideline. Is it injury or is it play calling or a bit
I believe his knee has acted up. He's always had a bit of an issue with it. He had a ACL a couple of years ago, and I don't think it's ever kind of really come right.
Yeah, no, I can see him stretching there. He's in the blue jacket. You can see him. He does have the play calling. I mean, He is a cannon, though, so if they need hey, we've got 2 seconds, we need a full-length field touchdown, he may come in for a play like that, though.
7-0 scoreline as we get down into the deep part of the first half as we seek an opportunity. And this one overthrown, and the Wolves will be comfortable enough with that. Couldn't convert. Canterbury, and the Wolves maintain their lead. Just under 2 to play here in the first half.
Yeah, so that drop pass from Toto was probably that was the key play in there that just really got AFC behind the down counter. Couldn't play run the sets and plays that they wanted to get, so were forced to look deep. Wolves obviously know that. It makes things a whole lot easier to defend if you only have to guard part of the field.
There we go. Toki. Free throw for Arrow Metakingi. Under little pressure.
But yeah, not a particularly. I'm just looking at where's the weak spot on this AFC team in terms of speed. I don't really think there is. I'd just say Fergus is probably the fastest by far. Well, not by far, but the fastest. But you don't exactly have slow guys out there as well.
Yeah, I think it's about with Nick Thompson on that pass rush. Is he getting to the Wolves quarterback fast enough, or is he putting him under pressure? Because he just seems like he's just there, but not actually disrupting them.
Yeah, well, Tahoki's. He just looks relaxed, doesn't he? He's capable of getting the ball out quickly, making those fast reads, and then he can also hang on to it a bit. Look at that. That's the blitz has just crossed the line of scrimmage, and he's already releasing the ball because he's, diagnosed what the defense is before the snap.
Yeah, he's just comfortable back there, and it shows.
He seems to create time for himself. And, of course, he's got his ninja runner there in Takuri, hasn't he? So, and he's got Lola on the left edge, Metakingi down the right. And the big unit down the middle, too, he's also been really, a great contributor to their attacking structure. Here he is again. And it's off to Tuki, away from one, slipping and a dipping and slipping and a slide. And the big guy down the left edge. Good to see.
Just a nice little safety blanket for him, isn't he?
Yeah, so first time out taken there by the Wolves. And, we've talked about his hands. He is so good at just being able to catch, and then he gets yards after catch. I'd say he's the yak monster here.
Yeah, he's got that short area quickness.
He does, and he's evasive as well. You see guys coming, I've got his flags easy, and then all of a sudden he's dipped and he's just swiveled a little bit. Anyway, Wolves stopping the clock here. They did take their one and only first, but only time out of the half.
And this brings Declan on. He's replaced Lolu as an option here for Tahuki. So it's Betty. Pops it up now. Tahuki steadies. Declan there. Steadies a rock himself. Little slip. But job done.
Yeah, and clock is running here. You can see the tempo trying to get it. No, I thought they were. Yeah, they are. They're not even huddling. They're going pretty quick here to get that next set play ready.
And a beautiful intercept. Look, this guy's good. There's no doubt about it. But Tahuki responds with a wonderful deep flagging too. But take nothing away from Dan Thompson. He's a sort of everywhere player. As we get some more adjudication from our referees as they step into the fold. Looks like it might be half time. It is.
It is, yeah.
So Canterbury were trying to call a timeout before the half, but obviously...
No. I mean, because it's inside the 2 minutes, it would have stopped anyway. So there was obviously no time left. They were hoping there was just one, whatever above 1 second. But, yeah, they started with the ball. So Wolves will be disappointed if they're not going into the break up by 2 touchdowns. But they do have the lead. And am I right? They start with the ball this half?
Correct.
7-0 scoreline here, and it's half-time in the men's final, game number 5 of our coverage through Sky Next. Thanks very much for staying with us and, of course, celebrating the football flag code and how it's spreading not just across New Zealand but across the world. And we'll have, I'm sure, in the years to come, that more than anyone, Brendan, young women's, rangatahi or girls' flag. It's obviously growing in popularity, and why not too, because it's getting good support. It's a fast game and it's full of skill and physicality and agility, so it's got all the mixes that our young people want, and it's great to be part of bringing it alive through our screens here today, whether that's through the net or through Sky Next. So 7-0 is our scoreline as we acknowledge half time, the turnaround and a big second half, I'm sure, to be enjoyed coming up.
And look, and Wolves are getting ready to start on offense.
Yeah, so that flag football, probably the big news this past week was the NFL getting rid of their Pro Bowl contact. They're going to a flag football competition. So that'll really get it up on the world stage where you do get to see those, will Tom Brady play? Maybe not, but, Mahomes back to Tyreek Hill, if they have an AFC team again, that could be something you see again. And then that's going to be a push to try and get this into the Olympics. You said LA 2028, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Actually, if you start looking at the flags right now, you'll see that the wind is actually at the Wolves' back, and they'll be picking up. So that will help benefit them in the second half.
A little bit of wind behind them, yeah, you'd have to think so. At least it's not the rain of yesterday, so that's been a real blessing for us here through the course of the day. The track's held up pretty well today, the field, and we're in for an exciting second half, yeah. And, Dan Thompson's the one for me. If this Canterbury team's going to get up, it's going to be off his hand. He's a player that just seems to emerge in places where opponents don't want him to be, and as we've seen him dancing down the sideline too, he's a twinkle-toed speedster, so he's the man to watch here in the second 20, no doubt about that.
So I haven't checked. I probably should have. These two teams are unbeaten, correct, across the entire...
Correct.
Yeah. So.
Yep. And also they've never won the championship as well.
Right. So we're going to have a brand new champion, and it's also going to be an undefeated tournament for whoever it is.
There's an intercept. And it's Paul Lawrence who comes away with it too. Well, this is what Canterbury needed. They want to come back on them. Down by 7, but now in good field position to make a move.
Yeah, we just were, first half felt like it was Tahuki. We see here the pressure and just that pass a little bit off, and then it's almost tipped, but it does get picked by Lawrence here as the third defender involved in that play. But yeah, it certainly seems like AFC have found a way to get a bit more pressure on Tahuki that they weren't really getting in the first half.
So Thompson steadies himself here. He lines up where his options are. All his players are down the right edge, then they break, and it's to Lawrence. The reliable hands of Paul Lawrence from Thompson.
Yeah, he's going to be short, but I think inside the no rushing zone, it is. It's about half a yard inside, so second down and goal here. Eliminates some of the playbook for the team here, though.
Yeah, we were talking to Brad Fraser this morning, and he was saying there's a lot of stuff in their playbook that they haven't used all season or all tournaments, so they're going to bring it out today. I'm hoping to see some of this creative flair that they've got going on.
Do you know the plays? You'll recognise them? Okay, so we'll just see something cool and say that must be one of the new plays.
Brendan's got the inside oil. Is Thompson, but he couldn't quite pick up his runner down the right side.
Dan apologised, the ball was a little bit too low.
Yeah, so I feel like that one there, they were looking for more of a comeback to come back towards the line, the front of the goal line, whereas first half they were looking predominantly for the back of the end zone. So bit of time here, 2 more downs to try and score this time.
Feels like we were just watching them, Brendan, half an hour or so ago on the track over the other side. So, you could forgive them for tiring, and after 2 torrid days of flag, quite obviously that could come into play too at the back end here. So Thompson wheels around one, gets away from Connie of all people. Over the top, that is beautiful. What a finish. Lawrence doing the business here for Canterbury.
High points it where only he can get it.
Yeah, it was a great read. He bought time, you see him there, and just threw it up high. Lawrence, as you said, high pointing it. Just made it very, very tough for the defender to knock it down. And decision here, going for 1 or 2. Going for 2, so they want to grab the lead here, figuring, it's a defensive battle here. If we can get a 1-point lead here, it may give us a bit of an advantage as the game's winding down. If we don't score, you probably want to score a second touchdown anyway as well.
Yeah, I think Canterbury's quite confident with that. They're winning the turnover battle, so they've got 3 interceptions so far. So they know that they can get the ball back.
Well, there's the best rusher of the tournament that we've witnessed so far anyway, in Connie Vaka. And Thompson's been able to elude him too and just step beside him. He's got a ton of pace. Seemed to create some opportunities for himself. 7-6 scoreline here. And we'll get an opportunity to see the Wolves with possession. And once again, Tukebedi is back onto the field to Corey.
Yeah, so I am assuming the Wolves are literally called the Wellington Wolves.
Yeah. So they've got they had two teams in this tournament: Wellington Wolves Gold and Wellington Wolves Blue.
Right. And this is gold.
This is gold.
Black with a little bit of gold, and then AFC American Football Canterbury. So, yeah, if you're just tuning in, you may not know who are the Wolves and who is AFC like that. Have we got the AFC from America over here? Because I don't recognise these guys.
No, this Wellington team is very good. So they recently just won the Quad Series, which has been running around in the North Island the last couple of weeks and months in the lead up for this. So this has been a really good preparation for them.
And of course, it's a popular sport too in the Hutt Valley, isn't it? So they're able to play in an interzonal competition also to develop their skills, and they're putting them on show here on the national stage. So there's plenty to like about what we're seeing coming out of the capital and its environs as we get set here. First down to Hookie.
Oh, bit of contact there. There is a flag.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think this will be against AFC.
Yeah, bit too much contact on defence.
Well, I mean, it's the hardest one. Both offense and defense have the same right to the ball, but you have to decide whose fault it is, and it is against who was it? It was Devin Batante.
Yeah. He's very reliable with his hands on offense, so it's probably one of those things where he didn't want to give an inch, but he didn't want to take an inch either.
Well, unfortunately for him, Toki Betty, extremely reliable with his hands as well. And he's a bit wider to get around. It's not as easy to go through and, full contact. You could just hit bang, bang, hit them as soon as the ball gets there. Flag football, you've got to be a bit more careful.
Lolu keen to just take the easy yards there. Yeah, for sure. He's been a very useful tool for the Wolves' attack today. Big Tuki. And he's a bit of a foil as well for his fast-running teammates, Lolu, Metikingi, Connie Vaka. So he's certainly added to the mix here for the Wolves, and that was skillful.
Yeah.
The catch was spot on, and that was a real classy piece of work there from Lolu and also from his quarterback.
Yeah.
And a bit of a smile there onto Hookie's face.
Yeah, you look at that replay, you'll see that ball was literally only where that receiver could get it, away from the defensive back, almost right above the pylon. There's no way it could have been stopped.
Yeah, I mean, it's you have to gamble. You have to say, I think he's going to pass it here, and if you're wrong, you're just giving up the whole back of the end zone. But great ball placement there. Wolves going for 1 point here, which will put them up by 8 if they make it. But there is a flag which will probably be against them. There's, player leaving early. So this should be indicated as a false start. It is by Donald McMillan. So they'll move back 5 yards, but it will still be a 1 point try here.
Well, they're right onto it. Razor sharp eyes, these referees.
Oh, yeah.
It's razor sharp.
The
James.
thing that everyone on the sideline expects you to be able to do absolutely everything, when the way it works is you've got this area that you're responsible for, and then you look at other areas once there's nothing to be aware of.
Oh, good. Good. Well, that's a real exclamation mark on the effort, wasn't it? Lolu and Metikingi just showing what class acts they are.
Yeah, the mercenary strikes again.
Yeah, he just came open there. You see him I think a busted coverage there as he was just all by himself at the back of the end zone. The Stephen Adams handshake. Thank you, sir.
Cut it out, boys. All right. Everyone's allowed to travel in life.
So here we go. 8 point game now. And I feel like AFC's feeling like, we've looking for all these things, but you don't think everything's going your way. The referees, can you help us out a bit?
Yep.
I would not have thrown a flag on that myself, though. And none of the field officials did either, so. Second and half here. About 20 yards to go.
Thompson over the top for Lawrence. He's already proved his worth too. A little bit of extra height there. Helped to his feet by Anthony Stevens. He's in the defensive lineup here for the Wolves.
Yeah, a little dangerous on that pass. He floated it. Lawrence did a good job to actually really fight back towards the ball, pick it up. Because, that was an opportunity for the Wolves to grab it. Possibly a pick six, just the way it hung up there in the air.
Yeah.
So third and about 10 here, Lawrence with the snap.
going short and just trying to catch them unawares. Lowly's not falling for the trap though, and Murray's pretty quickly accounted for.
He did get very close to the first down, like, because he was reaching out as well. You see here, snapping it about 3-4 yards short. Trust us, there are lines on the field. They're not as... if the weather was like this the whole time, they'll be a lot easier to see right now than what they currently are.
Surely. That's one of the issues. So Toto, just to the left. And Thompson trying to find his way through the middle.
And we have a flag, so we'll have a look at this. Like, there was, you can see the flag there for Thompson on the ground, short, and then it's who is the contact on? Was the defense?
I think it was number 4.
Yes, that was a hard, because it was so fast, that play. So referee said it's contact on one of the teams, and this is the decision. Like, was the defender stationary, in which case the offensive player has to avoid him? Looks like it is against AFC.
And the Wellingtonians celebrate too. They're not worried about getting to their flights, it would seem. That might be across the road at the local by the time this one ramps up. If they
they could drive as well. Like, they don't have to fly if they don't want to. Wellington a little easier to get into than Christchurch from here. Yeah. So, the reason they did...
Streak up, security, security. We've got issues here. Well, never a dull moment.
So, I'd say that's a half effort though, isn't it? Well, he's off camera now, but trust us, he's leaving the field now.
Can we put a name to the streaking man? Does anybody know his name, where he comes from? He looked Australian to me.
There is no love lost between Canterbury and Declan Anderson. Anytime he gets the ball, the flag gets gently tossed away.
Well, I don't know if you should though. Like, when you're the team which is down, you probably want the tempo to be up as fast as you can to give yourself as much time as possible at the end. But yeah, quick grab from Murray there. I think it was Murray, I'm just assuming.
Yeah.
And let's see that again, twice in a row.
Well, I mean, he's dropping it where he's pulling the flag, so at least he's not throwing it away.
There's some tactics seem to be coming in here at the moment, too, from these squads. 8 to play, and it's a 14-6 scoreline, so a bit of a lead here for the Wolves. Gee, wouldn't they be wrapped? Neither team, as you say, lads, have won it before, so there'll be celebrations well into the night. If they come away with it, they've been working hard, whoever does get the victory, and this time the ball does elude Toke Betty, and it's picked up nicely too by Davin.
Oh, he signalled that he was not caught. We'll see if we can see a replay of that. From our angle, it looked like, yeah, here it is here. So the normally super short hands, it was a little bit out. I mean, you can't tell from our angle. So referee on that side, well, field judge on that side could clearly see if he bobbled it on the ground.
Yeah. It's one of those things we teach in contact is to catch the ball and roll onto your back. You never want the official to dictate that type of play, unfortunately.
I mean, it's hard. I mean, he definitely hit the ground. The ball was underneath him, so it is, you know, it's not the easiest to see. Did you use the ground to help complete the catch?
Here's Dixon. They're going long, and they were seeking out Connie on the boil.
We had two guys. Like, it almost looked like the defense just didn't react properly, as Wolves had two guys there that they, you know, unfortunately the pass just wasn't there for either of them, but both of them were pretty far away from any defenders. But that is the stop that AFC needed, like down 8 points here.
Exactly.
I forgot to start my clock to see how much time there was, but
it seems 8.5 or thereabouts. But we're in the hands of the referees. Luckily, we've got our very own one here in the commentary position, James.
Yes. I don't know, you don't have the same pressure up here, do you? Like, you don't have people saying, come on, throw a flag on that.
No.
So Fraser, he's got him deep.
Oh, yeah, what's happened here?
So we have a sack before that. So, yeah, Devin's like, hey, I caught this. I walked in for a touchdown. He's celebrating on the sideline. I don't think realised that there was a sack down here. Brad Fraser, as you said, the Marco QB coach. So that beautiful pass, yeah, he's unfortunately, oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah, well, you can understand too, because it was a great take, and he put a lot of effort in there to get himself into position. Well, no, all for nothing, as the saying goes. Second down, Thompson calling for the action here. Let's see where they go. They all fan out. Easy run through, and straight into the hands of Fergus Murray.
Yeah, and there we go. This is probably the first one on. Yeah, you see there it was to Kingy, was it number 14? Just saying, Meta Kingy, sorry. Saying, I did push him out of bounds. I should have just grabbed the flag like he was almost giving himself up. So 10 yards from the end and an automatic first down. This will give AFC a chance to try something because I think they'll be just short of the 50 here and a first down. Yep, so about 4 yards to go. So they've got a couple of plays where they can look for something deep here if they can get, just pull the defence out of position.
Yeah, I think that last play that didn't count kind of showed the Wolves that AFC can kind of strike from anywhere on the field. So now they'll probably be playing a prevent defence.
14-6. Well, the door's open for them if they can make their way through it. They won't need another invitation. Connie pressure on Thompson. Those two are having a ding-dong. And Lawrence again is skillful, receives the ball well.
Yeah, and it's the coming back. That's what's really hard to guard. He's pushing the defence deep and then he breaks back towards the ball. Makes it you don't really understand how it's going to work that well until you start playing and then say, man, actually coming back to the ball is, it's not instinctive for New Zealanders to tend to do that at the start.
Yeah, and that just does create a nice little pocket to give you space to do that reach forward as you need to.
Big Fraser just on the right-hand side. Along to the left is Darren. And again, just opting to go through them into the reliable Lawrence. And again, some good meters there. And Canterbury poised to take advantage.
Yeah, they will be feeling it, thinking we need to score here. Ideally a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. But we need to get something on the board here because otherwise we have no chance to, we can't let Wolves score after that. Otherwise, there's just not going to be enough time at the end to come back.
Yeah, now it started raining, so watch a little change in play style to how AFC was operating yesterday as well.
If you got $1 for every time Thompson and Lawrence combined, you'd have enough to buy a couple of dollars.
They did grow up together.
I was going to joke and say best friends, but it does sound like they were best friends. Were and are.
Yeah, they've got a good combo going on there. You're from Canterbury. How come you've got a moustache? Oh, you have got a moustache there, Brendan, of sorts.
Yeah. I'm a baby face, mate. This is as long as it'll get.
I can go around about a week before I get. It's got to go off. Too itchy and annoying, so I appreciate the effort those guys have gone into.
They look pretty cool, the Cantabrians. Let's go. Well, almost. Pressure on, though. No go. He was trying to line up Murray with that whip ball, but couldn't quite secure it.
So 4th down here. The sign will just get flipped over. Yes, it is. It's a big-time play here. Both teams, Wolves will feel really, really good if they get a stop. AFC right back in the game if they can get a score here.
Yeah, it's a good assessment too, James. Absolutely. You can see a bit of wind on also. So this is it. It's come down to this. It's 14-6. What have AFC got? Can they pick one out? Thompson looking, and it's down, and it's Declan again. Declan Anderson has put the pressure on. His teammates come in and give him the high fives. Because had he not have been on his game, that would have been secured. It could have caused him trouble, but Anderson has been exceptional on D. Well, right through today in the games that we've had on screen.
No, he's been the guy, hasn't it? When this is the absolute most important play of the series here. He's been the one which has come up and made the play just to close the door shut on that chance. Limited time now, Wolves back on offense, and look at that, they take a bit out of the AFC playbook. The side snap and then the pass to their big tight end, and again he gets more yards than you'd expect.
Yep, if you need 7 yards, he'll get you 7 yards. If you need 10 yards, he'll get you 7 yards.
Fair enough.
So 60% of the time it works every time.
Yep.
He's been a great addition. So now they just need to keep a cool head. And they can come away with it. As you can see, we're counting down into the last minute by our assessment here. Obviously, the time is in the hands of the referees. But this is Lolu. He's had a good tournament too. Lolu. And I think that might be it. And it is.
I'm seeing multiple flags. So they're definitely, well, I think there'll be the holding the shirt first, but we'll just see if there's a taunt on Wellington afterwards, in which case, yeah, a bit more discussion. So let's have a look. Referee Donald McMillan. So the personal foul, the holding against AFC is the first call. The first and only call. So yeah, there were the 3 flags, but they were all for the same thing that everyone saw. I mean, and it's a rule. It's really hard. Like you don't want the guy to go. You haven't grabbed the flag, but you're like, I can't let go because he's just going to run past.
Yep.
So unfortunate. I mean, probably the only good news is it does get them a little bit over halfway.
Yeah.
So it'll be first and goal here for the Wolves.
There is the issue where you need to make sure shirts are tucked in as well to prevent that from happening.
Well, right down to the wire once again, as our finals have been right across the day. 5 games here at the New Zealand flag football finals. And this time Connie weaves his way forward. He's taken out this time in the effort from Brad Fraser.
So that is timeout to AFC.
Now, what will they be talking about in here? Because quite obviously the clock now is their enemy. They're down by 8.
Yeah, I think it depends on the time. Like, you've got to gamble on stuff now that you probably wouldn't want to earlier because you need a turnover if there's limited time, or if you're like, actually, we force an incomplete pass, the game clock will stop here. We can still play, how we should be playing here, but, I mean, you just can't let a score here. Like, it's game over if you do.
And Wellington knows that, so that's why they're just running those short passes. The receivers aren't moving. They're just standing still.
Here we go. Tuki, steady, puts that one through, and the big guy gets hold of it again. Tuki, he waves adoringly at his numerous fans.
The championship belt, he's saying, size me up. Yeah, Fergus Murray was the one on him underneath. Like, you'd think his closing speed should be enough. To Hookie, though, the pass there, absolutely on point. Found his big tight end, and key reception there, getting them pretty close and keeping the clock running as well.
It's been, good cohesion that they've shown throughout this game and the previous one. We were lucky enough to broadcast of their semi-final action, but they've got great connectivity in the way that they play the game. And again, to Corey, this is with it, and it looks as though the title of the 2022 New Zealand flag football champions men is going to Wellington. It's the Wolves for Wellington who win this one 14-6.
And that was I did not expect these two teams to put up 20 points between them. Like, I thought if you told me it was 25, 23, I would have said, that sounds like what the offences between these two teams have come up with. But just tremendous defensive game there from the black and gold, and that's why they're going to walk away with gold today.
And Declan Anderson, well, obviously he's wonderful, and his Tukabeti is calling all his crew together. He wants all the Wellingtonians to come together. It's a monumental day for them too, being their inaugural championship.
Yeah, you can hear, there's some excitement there. The sun's come out, like everything's coming up roses for them now. Like, that's a tremendous, just a surgical win there. Like, Canterbury got close a couple of times, but every time except for that one touchdown, they were able to get the key stop or the key turnover right in the end zone there. Well-deserving 2022 NZAFF national champions.
14-6 winners here, and as they celebrate, we can too acknowledge some of the strong performances in there. Obviously, the quarterback was so instrumental in all that they did throughout the tournament, so he was outstanding through the day, Jackson Tahuki. And hats off too to Betty.
Yep.
He might be an unlikely looking athlete, but certainly he plays a part in this Wolves structure that was also a hallmark as part of their success. And, of course, the wonderful defensive qualities of Declan Anderson and the attacking abilities of both Isaiah Lolu and Ariel Metakingi. They were in great nick, and we've got the skipper down there who's with Brendan. Let's go down onto the field for some words from Jackson Te Huki.
We are here with quarterback Jackson for the Wellington Wolves. What can only be described as a physical and mental final. How good was that to play?
It was awesome, man. It was awesome. We're all just working for one goal, all just cogs in a machine, and the machine is looking good. We're oiled up.
Cool.
We're looking good.
Yeah, as I was saying, like
back in
the
New Zealand team, sign him.
Yeah, so you've just come from your first high performance unit where you actually went gangbusters, and then you've gone on to winning this tournament. What's the next step for you as a kind of quarterback and leader of the Wolves?
There's another HPU coming up. We're just trying to solidify more spots in there, get more boys in the HPU, and just keep working. That's the next goal.
Cool. All right, go enjoy the weekend, enjoy the trophy, and I'll catch up with you later, bro. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the action here, and we were really pleased to bring this to you as they celebrate big time. And why wouldn't they? The inaugural men's champions, well, as far as the Wellington Wolves
for their club, right?
Yeah. Obviously, a big effort for them. And it's been a great opportunity to bring the sport of flag to you at home today. Hope you've enjoyed some of the action on the field, some of the vibrancy around the track today, and big ups to all who have gathered. Thanks to the sponsors who put it together, New Zealand Community Trust, also Four Winds Community Trust, the TAB, Sky Next as well. And, of course, James, thanks so much for your insight from a adjudicating perspective as a referee, but also your nous as a commentator. I really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for having me up here out of the rain and out of the weather.
And Brendan McGurk, of course, with us, the Makos National Manager. It's been a pleasure working with you today, celebrating the sport and bringing it to more who perhaps are not so familiar with it, but a great opportunity to work with you today as well, Brendan.
Hey, I appreciate you coming in and helping us out, mate.
Good as gold. I really enjoyed it. Well, nei rata mihi ka koutou katoa, kia ora e te iwi. Thanks for joining us today for our coverage of the 2022 New Zealand American Flag Football Championship. Hope you enjoyed some of the action. To all the crew who've been part of bringing it together, we wish you well and say farewell and hei kona from Rongomai Park and Auckland South.